This is a code enforcement hearing of the City of North Miami. Today is June 15th, 2021, and I am Jose Smith, a special magistrate for the City of North Miami. The special magistrate is empowered under the laws of the state of Florida and North Miami Code to hold code violation hearings. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists on your property, as observed and cited by the code enforcement officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded. Therefore, all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time and ensure that the testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We do have translators or interpreters who will assist you during these proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witnesses that you may have should announce your presence. When asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say aloud your name, your business or mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney at law representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney or affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware and understand the violation that is being heard today. And if you do understand what is required to resolve the violation, please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner, violator, will be given an opportunity to testify on their behalf, to bring forward witnesses to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and also to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed at your property, then depending upon the type of case, I will set an abatement or compliance date for the violation to be resolved. Or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new non-repeat cases, my order will also include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing to resolve the matter. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table or continue the case proceedings to another hearing date in the future. If you do not agree with my findings of fact or my ruling, then the property owner may appeal the administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of my administrative order. In accordance with Florida law, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by the special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim transcript or record of these proceedings. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at these proceedings. Pursuant to city codes, if the City of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all of its costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. At this point, I believe that we are going to be administering the oath. Is a police officer or someone else going to do that?
Yes, sir. At this time, the officer will do the pledge, and then we'll do the oath, if that's okay?
Yes.
All right, 1 second. Let me bring up the flag here.
The pledge to be followed by the oath, correct?
Yes, sir. Okay. 1 second, sorry.
Okay. I pledge of allegiance
To the flag
To the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and to the
and the
republic
republic for
in
which it
stands,
stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Okay, if we could have the officers enable their cameras so that they can be sworn in. Officers and officers that are in the city hall, can you guys also stand before camera to be sworn in?
I can't install my camera.
Okay, that's Gary. There you go. Okay.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If so, please say I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Interpreters, if we could go ahead and swear you guys in as well. Officers, please disable your videos. Thank you. Creole interpreter.
Hi, yes, I'm trying to enable my video, but it says that the host has stopped it. Perfect.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Please say I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it my turn?
I believe the clerk, sir, is going to proceed with virtual instructions.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you're giving testimony on a case. If you're using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. If you registered in advance of today's hearing, your case will be given priority when your case is called. Your system will receive notification that it has been given access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you did not register in advance and you would like to speak on behalf of a case, when your case is called, I will ask whether there is anyone present on behalf of the property. If you want to speak, please click the raise hand button to be given ability to speak on the case. Once the magistrate allows you to give testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. And that's it.
Any additions, corrections, deletions to the agenda?
No, there are no additions or deletions. However, I will proceed with reading the default citations into record. 2100.
All right, very well. Go ahead.
2100 Alamanda LLC, case number CTBPR 2021-0047 was not paid and not complied. Case Andrea Andrada, ATFPW 2021-00003 was not paid. However, they complied. David William Properties, CTNUS 2021-00008, not paid and not complied. David William Properties, CTSTR 2021-00002, not paid, not complied. Jesus Guerrera, CTBPR 2021-00046, paid, not complied. Joanne Parker, CTBPR 2021-00010, not paid, not complied. Jules Cadet, CTNUS 2021-00006, not paid, not complied. Kanjikswa LLC, in care of Jeffrey Feinberg, PA, SDCBT 2021-00019, paid, not complied. Leonardo Valera, CTBPR 2021-00017, paid, not complied. Marie Pierre Lewis, ATA-NL 2021-00010, not paid, complied. Mercondo Maduit, ATA-NL 2021-00009, not paid, complied. Alphonse Delamere, CTTRA 2021-00004, paid, not complied. Pablo Cardona, CTBPR 2021-00043, not paid, not complied. Paul Exlant, CTTRA 2021-00005, paid, not complied. Sellington Investments, CTMHS 2021-00005, not paid and complied. Timothy Allen, CTPFY 2021-00004, not paid, not complied. Yordani Rodriguez, CTBPR 2021-00045, not paid, not complied. Zert Condos, CTNUS 2021-00007, not paid, not complied.
If I may, Special Magistrate, I believe the clerk did make an error reference deletions. There is a citation that should be deleted from today's agenda.
And which one is that?
That is 1530 Northeast 130 Street, Inc., CTTRA 2021-00003. That one is off docket due to compliance. It's item number 3 on the citation appeal.
Okay, very well. So is someone going to testify as to the failure to respond and have affidavits been filed on each one of these cases reflecting that the parties have not paid and have not complied?
Yes, sir. All of these default citations do have the affidavits recorded, or I'm sorry, filed, as well as the proper default notices.
Okay. Based on the evidence presented, I will enter a default final judgment as to each one of these violations. And I guess we now proceed to citation appeals.
The first case on docket is Narks Building LLC, SDCBT 2021-00018. The property address is 1999 Northeast 150 Street. The officer is Aaron Barber.
Okay.
I do have somebody here on behalf of the property. I'm going to enable your video and camera. Tamir Ness.
Okay. Let's proceed. Is the city presenting first?
Special Magistrate, if we could just swear the respondent in.
Okay. Is the property owner ready to be sworn?
I am.
Sir, please state your full name, home address, and property address for the record.
First name Tamir, T as in Tom, A-M-I-R. Last name Ness, N-E-S-S, 999 Southwest First Avenue, Penthouse 04, Miami, Florida, 33130.
Okay. Go ahead.
And this property address is 365 Northeast 125th, Unit 405, and that's in North Miami, Florida.
Hang on one second. Spell your last name for the record, please.
Yes, N as in Nancy, E as in Edward, S as in Sam, S as in Sam.
Okay. All right.
I need to swear him in, please. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's presenting first, the city or the property owner?
I believe it's the city, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Who's going to present for the city?
My name is Veronique Mailbranch. I'm an assistant city attorney on behalf of the city of North Miami, and I'll be representing the city today.
All right. Please proceed.
All right. Officer Barber?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer.
Okay. And what is your responsibility as a code compliance officer?
Enforcing the city codes, and inspecting my zones, and just ensuring safety and make sure the codes are enforced.
Okay.
Sorry.
On or about March 30, 2021, did you issue a violation ticket to Narcus Building?
Yes, I did.
Please refer to ticket 14187. Was that the ticket you issued to the defendant?
Yes, that's the citation that I issued. Yes.
Okay, and could you please explain the nature of the violation?
It was a violation of Code Section 9-20, reference an accumulation of garbage and waste found at the property. The dumpster at the time had been overloaded, which is a violation, as well as debris and waste on the ground around the dumpster area.
Okay.
Folks, I think we're referring to the wrong property. I'm not the unit owner of this property. This is not my case.
I'm sorry, sir. What property are you here on behalf of?
Here regarding 365, case number 2020-019-189, Charlie 23.
Oh, looks like we made a mistake then. I apologize. I'm going to disable you, and we'll disable you until it's your turn. We apologize.
Thank you.
I think we have an Abram Narks that's registered. Abram Narks, are you here? If so, click the raise hand feature, please. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Narks.
Speaking. Morning.
Good morning. If we can swear you in, and can you confirm that you're here on behalf of the Narks building?
Yes.
Okay. The clerk's going to swear you in. We apologize about the confusion.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, please state your full name again for the record and your business address.
My name is Abraham Narkis, Narkes. Address is 1999 Northeast 150th Street, North Miami, Florida.
And you're the owner of the property?
One of the owners of the properties.
And you've filed an appeal from the citation that was issued by the city of North Miami, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so I'm going to hear from the city first, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to address the violation, cross-examine, present evidence. City, go ahead, please.
Okay, Your Honor, do you want me to start over or continue?
I'm sorry?
Do you want me to start over now that we have the correct party present, or do you want me to continue?
Yes, you need to start all over.
Okay. Officer Barber, good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Erin Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
And what is it that you do as a code compliance officer?
Enforce the city's codes.
All right. And on or about March 30, 2021, did you issue a violation ticket to Narkes building?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could you please refer to ticket 14187? Was that the ticket you issued to the defendant?
Yes, that's the citation that I issued.
And could you explain the nature of the violation?
The violation was reference code section 9-20, accumulation of garbage. The dumpster at the time was overloaded, and which is a violation, and the area around the dumpster was littered with garbage and waste debris.
Okay. Your Honor, section 9-20 is the governing section. We would ask that the court take judicial notice of such section, and we would like to introduce it into evidence as well.
Well, why don't you read the relevant section for the record?
All right.
You don't need to introduce it into evidence. I can take judicial notice that it is a duly promulgated code section of the city of North Miami. I just want, for transparency purposes, I'd like the property owner to hear what exactly the code section states with respect to accumulation of garbage.
Okay, section 9-20, garbage accumulation indicates it shall be unlawful to allow an accumulation upon any premises within the city garbage, garden trash, discarded household or commercial appliances, building materials, dirt, rock, glass, or scrap iron, or any other waste or solid waste as defined in this chapter. If such an accumulation of garbage is found upon any property within the city, the property owner shall be notified to remove said garbage within the time prescribed in the written notice. If the garbage is not removed within the time prescribed in the notice, the property owner shall be subject to a civil penalty pursuant to Chapter 21, and that was $250.
Let me ask you, I have a list of violations that the city has provided me in the past, and according to my list, unless the city amended it, the violation amount is $500. Has there been a change to the code?
It appears so, Your Honor. I'm looking at it right now, and it says it's $250 under section 9-20.
Okay. No, I have a list of violations that the city provided me a couple of years ago, and it says 500. But if it's 250, I'm sure that the property owner would be pleased with that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And at this time, the city would like to introduce into evidence the violation ticket 14187.
Okay, admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Officer Barber, how did you serve the ticket on the property owner?
A copy of the ticket was mailed certified, and a second copy was posted at the property at 1999 Northeast 150th Street.
And do you have proof that there was proper service? Do you have an affidavit of posting?
I do, yes.
And that is what is shown on the screen. Your Honor, service of this violation was consistent with section 22-115 City Code. And at this time, we would like to introduce into evidence the affidavit of posting and the photo of posting.
All right. Those are admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you. Officer, how did you come up upon the violation?
I was responding to complaints from surrounding business in the area, 150th Street, 151st Street, and I have been to the property in the past, and I know that there have been issues, but I was responding to a complaint.
Okay. And were photos taken the day of the violation?
I'm sorry?
Were pictures taken on the day of violation?
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Patterson, I know you're sharing your screen. Could you kindly scroll down to the photos? Or would you prefer that I share my screen? Are these the photos that you took, officer?
Yes. Yes, those are the photos taken.
Okay, and did you take those photos?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We would also like to introduce into evidence the photos which depict the violation.
What is the date of the photos?
March.
Can you read them out loud?
Yes.
Sorry.
March 30, 2021.
And those are photos of garbage and debris and a dumpster within the property address?
26.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll admit the photos.
Thank you. Officer, the violation ticket that was entered into evidence, it indicates that the violation had to be paid and corrected by April 9th, 2021. Did you go back into the system to see if the property owner had paid the violation?
I did check. I know that these citation had been appealed, and so yeah, it has not been paid.
Okay, and do you know if the violation has been corrected?
A work order was created, and we did have the dumpster emptied, and we had a crew go out and clean the area around the dumpster.
Okay.
That was done by the city?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And what date was it done by? Do you remember?
I believe there are the photos. There's the work order. Date of completion appears to be 3/31/21. 3/30 was issued. 3/31 it was completed.
At this time, I have no further questions for the officer.
All right. I have a couple of questions. I noticed in the photographs that there is a tenant on the property who has a law office on the ground floor. Is that correct?
I believe so. I know that there is the name of the law office is on the front of the building.
Okay. Is this debris and garbage accumulation one that was caused by the tenant or by someone else?
It's a larger building. There are several tenants in the building, including an office at the rear that appears to be involved in moving, maybe some kind of a moving company. I'm not quite sure, but there is there was one of the photos shows some of the debris that comes from that back area. So it's a large building with several
Okay.
tenants.
Do you know for how long that condition existed on the property?
No, sir. I do know that the complaint came in a day or so before I went out there. The area had been previously assigned to another officer. So I would say for at least 48 hours.
How often does the city's waste hauler pick up garbage in that area?
I am not, I don't have the frequency of pickups for that specific account in front of me. I know that was a question whether or not they were receiving a sufficient amount of pickups. And that's something that we are looking into.
Okay. Does the property owner have the ability to call the city to ask for an individual pickup?
Yes, sir. It's through the city's contracted waste hauler, but yes, sir.
Right. So
Special Magistrate, if I may, I just want to add to Aaron's testimony that in the case of commercial properties, the city does not, the burden of scheduling pickup is on the business owner. So there is not a routine pickup for commercial properties.
Gotcha.
Their service is, they are required to contact the vendor directly and schedule service pickups.
I understand fully. So commercial is treated differently than residential, and the commercial property owner must make its own deal, if you will, with the commercial hauler. Is that how it works?
That is correct.
Okay, I understand. So at this point, I'm going to allow the appellant, Mr. Narkis, to introduce testimony rebutting the city's case, and also give him the ability to cross-examine any witnesses or present testimony. Mr. Narkis, let me hear from you.
Yes, good morning again. I'm very disturbed with this kind of a type of inspection that's coming in, and it's coming very often, and for whatever the reason, I have no idea. It is the alley of the north, that's the north side of North Miami, meeting North Miami Beach property. That alley is the dividing alley between both properties, both cities. It's a little alley, unpaved, where is the garbage is being located there for the last since we've been here since 1980. However, we experienced in the past, if you go onto the record, we experience at least every 2 or 3 years a similar situation that been occurred by other vendors, people that's just come in the nighttime, then they move because there's a bunch of warehouses and apartment buildings south of this building. And everybody, anytime that somebody moves, they just come in the night and load their trash into the area. And the next day we take a picture, try to watch the video, and we always see that in the video. But the video cannot recognize the face, and we reported to City of North Miami several times, and nothing was being really seriously with taking care of this issue, and they kept recommending perhaps close the alley with a rope, put a gate on it. It's not really our duty or responsibility to close the alley because it belongs to the city in North Miami and North Miami Beach. I am very sorry about this situation that Erin Barbara, she found that she took a couple pictures of the dumpsters. And if you examine the pictures carefully, there is no debris around the dumpsters. Yes, there is some plywood behind the fence, that's the company that the lady mentioned moving, and sometimes they put was there for a while, but that's not the citation. The citation was to clearly asking for debris around the dumpsters and overfill. I agree, and I'll admit it, it's been overfilled, not by us or our tenant, but it's no debris or any, serious issue like bags and something that will cause like a hazard or dangerous or a fire hazard or somebody it's not. So the garbage has been overfilled, and we have 2 pickup a week for the last 40 years, over 40 years. And with several different companies as they changing their contract with different vendors. We are very, very clean and modest and proud of our building and be in North Miami. I think it's one of the nicest building in this district, which is the Sound and Music District, with landscaping, painted, awning, paved, and we don't have any issue on the south, east, or the west. So the alley is controlled by nobody, and everybody can just back up with a car or a truck or whatever and just dump stuff, and it becomes my violation and it becomes my responsibility. And we've been dealing with it. But when I get a ticket on the 3rd of 26 and I get the violation enforced on the 3/29, which is 3 days, I understand this is the city rules and this is the code. And the code enforcement, Erin Barber, she's doing her job, no problem. We can move as fast as we can move. We're not in that garbage business and we're not in cleaning business. As you know, this building has a few attorneys, they have doctors, it's a substantial business center in here. Yes, in one corner, there's a mover that's been here for a while that actually, I just want to bring it to I don't know if it's going to impact anything on the thing, but we gave Mr. What's his name? Boris. We gave Boris a notice of the violation when we got the violation from the city. And we didn't accuse him. We just told him that his garbage, or his not garbage, his storage that's inside the fence, it's reflecting of the physical looks of the building. And we gave him 4 notices, and I'm holding number 4 notice in my hand. And then the day on May 26, actually, we filed a notice of an eviction to him. So we don't going to have to be dealing with his storage or debris behind the fence, which is the citation has not yet been, the citation has not complained about this storage and stuff. But we think maybe that some of his stuff maybe end up overcrowding the dumpsters, which overcrowding the dumpster, it's maybe an illegal thing, but it didn't affect anything on the physical area outside, except maybe some little glass debris that fall over. But we have a guy here in the building that every day walks around and picks up garbage. We got 4 containers around the building, portable containers with lids on them, because in the nighttime it happened to be a studio where DJ Khaled and his crews and his other people they work like 7 till 8 in the morning, and they get food, and they sometimes lit it outside. They walk around to take up a smoking break. No smoking allowed in the building. So that's why we go and clean around, and we assign garbage container, and we have a guy in the morning comes and just walks around and picks it all up. Saying all that, in the dumpster area, we clean around the dumpster and make sure it's nothing around the dumpster 90% of the time, except weekend, which is beyond our control. And if the inspector arrived Monday morning, before 9 o'clock, it's probably my experience to see some of it. So I believe that we, in our behalf, doing as much and the best we can to keep the property clean, to keep that establishing, to keep this nice building to be nice for a long time. And we do apply immediately for any notice from the city. We make the provision. We might hire some people. Because some of the stuff was happening in March and stuff, I happen not to be here. But we do have like I said, a local guy, a manager here that looks after certain things inside the building. Actually, it's where I'm calling you from. That's where I'm talking now from. That's the office, the management office in Norcas building. So I'm asking the city, the court, and Your Honor to sort of take all that in consideration. After all, it is overloaded. The thing is overloaded. There's a lot of movement right now in Florida, in Miami, people coming, moving in and out. And I don't really think that this is a serious offense that we're going to have to be penalized. It could be a warning, it could be maybe kind of a hourly working in the public or something. But, we have to go now to the board and explaining it. Oh, we do have a $250 ticket here, and why that thing is not looked after, and why we're having a ticket. We're doing the best we can, and we're always on top of things. And like I said, I'm sure that the inspector doing a fine job in the city. I never met her before. I usually know all the inspectors. Actually, I know the head code inspector in North Miami, and very well for many years. I see him once in a while here. I know also the city commissioners, my dentist. Anyway, so it's like we are unknown in the city, and we know the city knows we do have a problem with that alley. The alley is like a deserted area between two cities, and I'm getting the see what it is, and I'm getting the all the heavy heat from the city. It's okay, like I said, that's what we're discussing it, and I'm hoping the inspector will stop by any time, and you can see we do have 2 pickup a week, which is I think Tuesday and Friday. And it's been gone like that, from a long time. Sometime in the weekend, we experience the bad stuff. But, it's maybe overfilled, but it's not scattered around or like it. The picture speaks for themselves, basically. So. Okay,
Mr. Norcas, I've heard everything you've said. Have you considered a larger container at the alley?
The deal is very simple. This suggestion was been bringing to us many times, but thank you very much for your input. This been suggested anymore. If I do large container, I'd probably be blocking the alley. And UPS, FedEx, and the garbage companies will stay and honk the horn to move it. This is a 9-yard, and this has been there for, like I said, since 1980. I do believe that all the rest of the containers in the building on North Miami Beach and North Miami and that alley, they're smaller, much smaller than ours. So we managed to get the bigger one, and sort of we pushed our way in. Here, this is what it's going to be. And it's been there for 20 years and more. What I'm saying, 40 years, sorry. So a bigger container probably will interfere with the utility. We got FPL coming, Comcast coming in all the time, because this is, like I said, the alley of dividing between the city. So you'll have power source, data stuff coming in here, overhead, underground, nonstop people working around here. So I think I will have to pass that option unless you come out with something a little bit more flexible that we can provide for the city for this kind of issues.
Well, let me first say that I am very impressed with your sincerity, your willingness to do the right thing, and the fact that you're a good property owner, and the city needs more good property owners that maintain the properties in good condition.
Thank
But
you.
I have very little discretion or flexibility in terms of what I'm shown, what the code says, what the violation is, and it's not within my authority to just ignore a violation. I understand that it's not in your mind, it's not the worst thing that one can do, but nonetheless, I did see an overflow, an accumulation of garbage, which the code says you cannot have. Originally, I thought the violation was for $500, which is what an older code said. It's $250 now. And I want to hear from the city. I want to hear from the city attorney, and in response to some of your comments, and also if I have the discretion to go lower than $250.
Thank you.
To answer your question, Your Honor, the code is very specific. It says that for such a violation, the civil penalty is $250. And to address Mr. Narca's, I guess, testimony and what he's told the court today, this has nothing to do with debris. It has to do with an overflow of the garbage. And it sounds like he's familiar with the process, and that this is not something that the city, this is something the city tries to prohibit and not condone, so that's the city's response.
All right. So based on the evidence presented and the testimony of the parties and the provisions of the code, I am going to deny the appeal and rule in favor of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next case, please.
We are paying $250. Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Optimode Wellness, Inc., case number CTBPR 2021-00040. The property address is 14055 Northwest 5th Place, and Aaron Barber is the officer.
Hi, if you're here on behalf of this case, please click the raise hand feature so that I can promote you to a panelist. Jeff Purcell. Okay. Jeff Purcell, if you could just enable your audio and video so that we can swear you in for testimony. And please confirm that you're here on behalf of this property. Please also, if you're an attendee, only raise your hand if you're here on behalf of the property that's called.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please enable your video as well.
The host has asked to start my video. All right, there we go. Hello.
Sir, for the record, tell me your name, your address, and your relationship to the property.
My name is Jeff Purcell, and this is my partner, Dr. Steven Cinco, and we are the owners of Optimum Wellness, Inc., which owns the property at 14055 Northwest 5th Place, North Miami.
Okay, and you're the appellant.
Excuse me?
You're the appellant. You're appealing the violation that the city issued on your property, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is it Dr. Cinco? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let me hear from the city first, and then I'm going to give you an opportunity to present your case in defense.
Magistrate, can I please swear them in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Officer Barber, could you please state your name for the record?
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
Okay, and what is your position with the city?
Code Compliance Officer.
And your responsibilities?
I am responsible for checking for violations and maintaining the city codes.
On or about April 12, 2021, did you issue a violation ticket to Optimum Wellness, Inc.?
Yes, I did.
Please refer to ticket 14189. Was that the ticket you issued to the property owner?
Yes, that's the citation I wrote. Yes.
Okay. And could you explain the nature of the violation?
I cited under section 5-32A, building without a permit. I noted at the property that there was stucco work, roof work, and there was a fence that was being installed at the rear. And at that time, there were no permits for these items.
Okay. And just for the record, the section reads that it shall be unlawful to start any construction in the city without first obtaining a permit, which shall be displayed on the premises and paying the required fee. And that is subsection A.
All right, I'm familiar with it. Go ahead.
Okay. I would also ask to introduce into evidence the violation ticket 14052.
Okay, admit it.
Officer Barber, was the ticket properly served on the defendant?
Yes, a copy of the citation was mailed certified, and a second copy was posted at the property.
Okay. At this time, I would ask to admit into evidence the photo of posting and the affidavit of service.
Admit it.
Thank you. How did you come upon the violation, officer?
A routine inspection of the area. I came through and I noted that there appeared to be, the stucco looked like it was new. So I checked in a system to see if there were any permits for the stucco work. I didn't see any. I was able to take some more photos along the side of the property. You can see there was some roof work done, stucco along the side of the property, and at the rear of the property there is the fence. The property is vacant at the time.
Okay, so your testimony, you're saying that once you arrived at the scene, the work was already started.
Yeah, well, yes. When I arrived at the property, the photos taken, yes. Stucco was already mostly done. And this was the roof work that was done. These photos were taken the day that I issued a courtesy notice on April 5th, giving an opportunity to secure permits, to reach out to me. And the citation was issued on the 12th.
Okay. And who took those photos?
Those are my photos. I took those photos.
Okay. I would ask to introduce into evidence the photos which depict the violation.
Admit it.
Officer, would the construction that's shown in the pictures, would it be the type of work that requires a permit?
Yes, it is. The permits are required for this type of work. Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you said that you did check the city's records to see if there was a permit, correct?
I did for this specific work. Yes, I did.
And was there a permit?
No, there were no permits for the stucco, for the roof, or for the fencing.
Okay. And do you know if a permit was obtained after the violation was issued?
I did see in the system the ticket was issued on April 12th. On April 23rd, I do see that a permit was obtained for the flat roof. I do not see anything I didn't see anything in the system for the stucco or for the fence.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions for Officer Barber.
Okay, let me ask a couple. Are those new windows?
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm asking the city.
Yes, sir. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
go ahead.
So the windows appear to be new. I did see a permit for windows in the system.
At what point did you see the permit for the windows?
When I checked the property, when I arrived at the property on April 5th, when I was checking for permits, I checked to see if there are permits for everything that's being done. I did see permits for the windows. There was, but not permits for the other items.
Okay. Did you discuss this with anyone at the building department?
No, sir.
Okay. So, other than the window permits, were there any other structural components that were being worked on that did not have a permit, other than the stucco and the fence?
The roof, the soffit area, parts of the roof appeared to have been worked on.
Okay. And when you said you issued a courtesy warning on the 5th, and what was that courtesy warning for?
The courtesy warnings that typically posted, the courtesy warning was just notifying the property owners to secure the required permits for the additional work that was being done.
And did you ever speak with the property owners about the violations?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me turn this over to the property owners and give them an opportunity to respond. Mr. Purcell or Mr. Simcoe?
Thank you. Hello. We renovate houses, and this is a house that we had purchased, and we had opened a permit right away for a building permit. It's building permit number BBR 002019000328. And we also did a window permit at that time, which is BWD SO 2020-00304. And on our building permit, which I'll just show you an architectural thing up in the corner here, which this is at the city under the plans that are submitted. It shows the stucco work is in the plans. And we had gotten the window permit approved, and we had put the windows in. And there was an inspector next door inspecting another job, and he had come over and said that that the stucco, you didn't even need the permit to do the stucco on the outside of the house, technically. But he told us not to work on it. He saw in the city that our building permit was pending and should be approved that week. So he just told us to hold off. So we did. We stopped working on the house for the next 2 weeks or so. And then when we came back, taped to the door was the courtesy violation letter on there. So once we saw that, and we saw it was for the stucco, the roof permit, and the fence permit, we immediately went to the city as soon as we could. We had to have the architect draw everything up and the engineer, and then we got it over to the city. We opened a roof permit. We had to get 6 quotes because we were going to redo the entire roof at that time, which we opened the roof permit BRR 002021-00197. It's All Day General Construction Roofing's doing the work, and they've already started on that. And then the fence permit, there was already an existing metal fence around the property when we purchased it. We did put the wooden fence in front of the metal fence in the back. We didn't think we needed a permit at that time. But as soon as we saw the violation, we went down to the city. We opened fence permit BFE 002021-00106, and we're going to call for inspection this week. We literally have taking out the existing fence, and we're going to call for inspection and put the fence back in. So we really, want to do this right. We're trying to make probably one of the worst houses in the neighborhood, one of the nicest houses in the neighborhood, and we want to follow all the rules to do it. We were unsure because literally from April 5th, and then it was a courtesy inspection, but then on April 12th, we get a $500 fine. And my concern was I didn't want to keep getting $500 fines while I did the proper paperwork and submit to the city and the architects and the engineers to get it all approved. So I went over to the violations department, and they told me to fill out a form And that's why I'm here, and Mr. Cinca is here today.
And I guess the issue, thank you for your time. I guess the issue is that on the April 5th, and thank you for the courtesy warning, was on April 5th. And then within a week, it didn't give us enough time to do all of these things. So within a week, then we got the citation. So we just had a week, and we tried to get all of these things, after we got the warning citation.
Get everything filed.
We had to get everything done. It took us more than a week to get it done. And then we got that citation. So I guess so we understand what we did, that we're correcting it. It's just that, and we attempted to correct, and we have corrected it, but it took more than a week. And that's our only issue.
Okay, let me ask a couple of questions. I appreciate your testimony. I have a pretty clear picture now of what happened. I just have a couple of questions to ask you.
Sure.
On April the 5th, when you received the courtesy notice, had you said you had pulled out, you had already obtained a building permit?
Our building permit was already submitted, and it was already approved at 2 of the departments, but it hadn't been issued at that point.
All right, but you had applied to the city for a building permit
Yes.
on or before the courtesy notice was issued?
Yes. We had already turned everything in, and we were literally the inspector that came next door to inspect windows. He looked it up at that time and said, I think in 2 or 3 days, you guys are going to be approved. So just hold off on doing any other work, stucco or whatever it be. So I just sent all the guys home, and that was it. So that was taped to the door, this citation courtesy inspection, it really sat there. No one was at the property for the next several days. So it was a few days before we even knew it was there. And once we knew it was there, we tried to take all the right actions.
And the building permit that you had applied for on or before April the 5th what was the scope of that building permit? What were you planning to do with that building permit?
Here's the architectural plans for it, but it's full renovation, mechanical, building, electrical, plumbing. The house was literally needing to be completely revamped. The roof, we had hoped we could get away with just some repairs on it. It didn't have any major leaks inside. But after realizing, after getting the violation, we had roofers come, and we decided, $15,000 later to put an entire new roof on the house.
Okay, so
that permit.
So what I'm hearing is that you are not trying to conceal unpermitted work from the city. You actually went to the building department and told the building department the work that you were going to do, and
Yes.
This was in process while the code officer had already issued you a warning, correct?
Yeah, Miss Barber came out after we had spoken to an inspector that happened to be in the neighborhood, and he just gave us some advice. So we just then closed down everything until we heard from the city on our approval of our permit.
Okay, the one concern that I have, sir, is that it appears that impact windows were installed without an inspector being there to approve the installation and pass on it. That concerns me. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we did. We opened up the permit, and we did put the windows in. We should have called inspection for a buck inspection. We didn't do that. We took photos of it, and then we held off on everything until we had this meeting to have them come back out and inspect it.
Has your building permit application been approved?
Yes, it's been approved, and we've also put in a second revision, which is approved by electrical and mechanical right now, and the others should be approved this week on a second revision.
What is the other?
The other departments?
You say the others have to be approved in a second revision.
Yeah, on the second revision, if you pull it up online right now, it's permit BBR 002019-00328. It shows that our initial was approved a long time ago. We put in our revision, and electrical departments approved it, and mechanical departments approved it. We're waiting on building and plumbing departments to approve it before they issue the revision.
Magistrate, can you read, because I'm looking here in the system for the permit. Can you give that permit number again?
Sure.
I only see 2 permits on file, one for windows, doors, and shutters, which indicate you were given a permit, you were issued a permit to remove and replace 11 impact windows and
Yes.
2 doors.
Yes.
The other permit that I see on file, which was applied for on April 23rd, which has now been issued, which, and that one is for a re-roof. I don't see any other permit here.
I can give it to you. I can pull this up too if that makes it any easier. You want me? Would you prefer me to read it? This is all the permits.
2019-00328.
The top one's the building one here. Yeah, where my finger is. If you can't read it, I'll be happy to read it.
I have Gary here on the call. Gary, that doesn't look like I don't see that on the record.
It's BBR 002019 00328. I've actually got it up on my computer right now. Let me just make sure I have the right house. I have other houses. I actually might have put the wrong house on here. Let me look. Yeah, it's actually, I got a different number for you. You ready? That's a different house I have. It's BBR 002020 00438. I apologize for that.
Okay, so that permit is for interior renovation, bathroom, central AC and plumbing.
Yes, that's
An
correct.
electrical update
That's correct.
using existing space.
Yes.
This doesn't appear. This was applied for back on November 2020. However, I don't see that it includes a fence.
No, the fence permit is, if you're ready for that one, it's BFE 002021 00106.
That's not on this property.
Let me look it up. It should be. Let me see here. I've got my fence permit. Fence permit. Yeah, BFE 002021 00106. Here's actual right off the website on it for the fence permit.
I'll look the number up. Give me a second.
Sure. And the only reason we didn't pull the fence permit, wrong or right, we thought that it already had an existing metal fence around the whole property that we could put a privacy wood fence in the back. I'm now of the belief that I should still pull the permit, so we did, and we're willing to fix it any way needed.
BFE 2021 00106.
BFE 0020 BFE 002021 00106. And it shows it's approved on 4/27/21. It was approved. And we applied for it on 4/21. So
That's a week after.
a week after we got the violation notice, we had put it in.
Right. I doubt it. It's okay. I see it here. It's coming out now. Yeah, that was applied for after the fact as well.
Yes.
All right, Magistrate, I just wanted to clarify for you what the system does indicate as it relates to the citations themselves. It appears as though the applicant, because I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but it sounded like the testimony being given was that, the applications had already been submitted and the request for permits had already been made, whereas the system indicates that these were applied for after the citation was issued.
The fence and the roof, yes. The stucco, which I guess would be under the interior revision, was on our original plans here. That one we had applied for in advance, and we were told that stucco didn't need a separate permit to do that type of work. But we'd already had our windows approved as well before that time.
All right. based on the evidence that I heard, I believe that the property owner has acted in good faith as promptly as possible, considering that this is major construction of a home. I know how difficult it is to work with architects and then have the plans submitted timely to the building department. I'm going to affirm the appeal. I'm going to deny the city's violations and hold in favor of the property owners based on the facts as I've heard them. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it, both of you.
We appreciate your time.
Make sure that you follow clearly the terms and conditions of the permit and that all inspections are code for and that you follow the code, strictly. If I see you again, I may not be as lenient. Okay.
Thank you all for your time. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
And I know that you guys work hard, and we really appreciate all your time.
I appreciate your good faith. I know what it's like dealing with construction issues. So I think you did the best you could under the circumstances, and I commend you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, all of you, for your time. Thank you.
All right. New business.
We're still in the ticket appeals.
We still have more appeals?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The next case is for Joanne Parker. This customer is on the second floor in City Hall, Thaddeus Rucker. The case number is CTTRA 2021-00002. The property address is 625 Northeast 123rd Street, and the officer on this case is Aaron Barber.
All right. Anybody here? Joan Parker, trustee?
I'm here.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself? Tell me where you live.
Okay. How you all doing? My name is Thaddeus Rucker. I'm here on behalf of the Joanne Parker Trust. I am the trustee of that. I also have power of attorney. If you guys need to see those documents. First, I'd like to begin by saying thank you to the city for giving me this opportunity to present my evidence on behalf of this matter. You can let me know when I can begin, and I will begin.
All right. Have you submitted your power of attorney to the city?
I did a long time ago. I don't know if they still have it on file. I don't know, but if not, I can give you this copy. I made this copy this morning just for this.
All right. Can you make a copy? Can you make a take a copy of it, but take a picture of it and send it to, I guess, the code department?
Okay. I gave it to her, yes. I gave it to Officer Sanders here.
Okay, great. What is your last name again, sir? Can you please spell it?
Rucker, R-U-C-K-E-R.
You're kind of breaking up. I'm missing letters.
I'm sorry. I'll do it a little slowly. It's Rucker. R-U-C-K-E-R. Rucker.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. Got it.
No
All right. Let me hear from the city, please.
I need to swear him in, please.
Okay.
Sir, Mr. Rucker, can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, can you also swear in the arborist? If the arborist can enable her camera, the city's arborist, Allison?
No problem.
Allison, can you please enable your camera? Are you there? We'll attempt to try to call her. I'm not sure, and we'll swear her in when it's her time.
All right, that's fair enough. Madam City Attorney, you want to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Barber, could you please state your name for the record?
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
Okay, and what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the specific zones and city codes.
Okay, and on January 26, 2021, did you issue a violation ticket to John Parker at 625 Northeast 123rd Street, North Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Could you please refer to ticket 14107? Was that the ticket you issued to the defendant?
Yes, that's the ticket that I wrote.
Okay, and that is what is shown on the screen. Could you please explain the nature of the violation, ma'am?
I cited this property under Chapter 29, Section 5-2309, reference tree abuse. 2 trees on the property had been improperly cut, hat racked.
Okay. At this time, the city would like to introduce into evidence the violation ticket 14107.
Admitted.
Okay. Officer, was the ticket properly served on the defendant?
Yes, a copy of the ticket was sent certified mail, and a second copy was posted at the property.
Okay. Crystal, could you please show the affidavit and photo posting? At this time, Your Honor, we would like to admit, service was consistent with Section 22-115 of the code, and we would like to introduce into evidence the affidavit of service and the photo posting as
well. It's admitted.
Thank you. Officer, when did the tree abuse or removal occur?
1 second.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, when did the tree abuse occur?
I was on the city computer, and that should be working.
The ticket was issued on January 26th. That's when I was out there at the property for an inspection for an oversized trash pile.
And that's when you saw the violation and you issued the ticket?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would be in violation of City Code 5-2309?
Yes, ma'am. Chapter 29. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was an inspection of the tree conducted?
I noted the trees. I had gone out there, report of an oversized trash pile. When I went out there, that's when I saw that the trees had been cut, as shown in my photos.
Okay. And you took those pictures?
I did, yes.
Okay. We would also ask to introduce into evidence the pictures, Your Honor.
I'll admit it. Are we talking about 2 trees here or 1?
2 separate trees, sir.
Okay. And the under the code section cited, there's a definition of hat rack or hat tracking. Madam City Attorney, can you read that for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. It means to remove the major part of a tree's crown, reducing it in height and leaving a number of large bare limbs, characterized by a number of stubbed off branches, or pruning a tree by removing any branch 3 inches or greater in diameter at any point other than the point where the lateral branches meet the main trunk.
And Ms. Barber, in your examination of the tree, the violation is consistent with the definition of hat track as provided in the code?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Proceed.
Officer, was there a tree inspection report forwarded to your office?
No, not for this location.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last question?
Yes, if there was a tree inspection report forwarded to the officer's office.
And what's the relevance of that?
To find out if there was an inspection done on the day that the violation was issued.
Oh, an inspection by the inspector or an inspection by the arborist?
By the arborist. And I'll go ahead and turn to the arborist to ask her some questions.
Yeah, let's finish up with Ms. Barber. Are you done?
I have a few more questions, Your Honor. Ma'am, under the city's tree replacement program, how much does this total?
You're asking me? Yeah, I'm not aware of the cost of the replacement. I do know that the fine set by code is $500 per tree.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, if I may, I just want to add that the canopy replacement portion of this process falls under our zoning department. And so for that reason, the officer would not have that type of information.
Yeah, I understand. That's not before me. So are there tree permits that are required to remove trees within the city?
Yes, sir.
Had this property owner obtained a tree permit, would he have been able to cut down these trees?
With the proper permitting, yeah, there were no permits though, and the trees were not taken down completely. They were just severely cut back.
Okay, so you could not, correct me if I'm wrong, you could not get a city permit to do what this property owner did to the trees?
No,
Special Magistrate, if I may, let me just jump in for you. I have the city's arborist here with us today, who I think your questions probably would be better geared towards her, as she, as we defer to her for these types of for those types of questions as well. If you would allow, we can swear her in and allow her to answer your questions.
All right, Madam City Attorney, why don't you call your arborist to address the issues that I raised?
Is the arborist here, Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you swear in.
Can you hear me?
Laura, you're on mute.
No, I'm on unmute right now.
No, I was. I'm sorry. Can you please raise your right hand so that I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please say your name and your job title with the city?
Sure. My name is Allison Walker, and I'm the consulting arborist for the city of North Miami.
Okay. And what training experience do you have as it relates to trees?
I am an ISA certified arborist, which is the international and national standard. I have my bachelor's and master's degrees in plant science, and I have my own business doing consulting on arboriculture.
Okay. On January 26th of this year, did you complete an inspection of trees that were trimmed at 625 Northeast 123rd Street, North Miami, Florida?
I just received an email about these trees. I was not asked to do a site visit, but I was sent the photographs. I actually did a site visit today prior to this hearing just to verify information that I could see in the photographs.
Okay, and based on the photos that that were provided to you, were you able to do any kind of inspection?
Yes.
And what were the results of the inspection?
There were 2 trees that were hat racked, which is a violation of our ordinance. And they are black olive trees, which are native trees that are not exempt from the provisions of our ordinance. So it was a clear hat racking violation for 2 trees on the property.
Okay, I gave the definition to the court of hat tracking. I just read the code, but in your terms, could you explain to us what hat tracking means?
Sure. It's a kind of indiscriminate or non-discriminate form of pruning a tree where you either uniformly cut back branches leaving stubs so they're like, the way to properly prune a tree is to go to certain junctions and prune there. And this was basically, I mean, both of the trees were completely cut so that there was no foliage left. So it was, I mean, honestly, it was hat racking, but it was also beyond that. There's another violation in the ordinance that's destroying the natural shape of the tree. And both of these trees had, you know, as I said, like completely their whole entire canopy removed.
Okay. Did you make a determination that the trees had been abused?
Yes.
And was there anything else that you found in your inspection?
No, as I said, I did a site inspection this morning. The trees are growing back, but the hat racking is a violation because it creates a very weak structure of the tree. So there's foliage there, but there's no branching structure, which is what like has the structural integrity of the tree. So yeah, there's new growth there, but it's not healthy or, you know, good structural growth whatsoever.
So is it fair to say that those trees are not going to be able to be recovered? Or
yeah, they won't. I mean, they, again, they'll create some growth, but it will be very weak growth that does not have a good, strong structure. So those trees are actually more prone to storm damage because they don't have a natural branching habit. So yeah, they won't recover to their natural, you know, condition at all. They will grow new foliage, but it will be a compromised tree.
Okay. In your expert opinion, would the trees have to be replaced, or is it okay to let them grow?
No, I mean, per our ordinance, those trees, hat racking basically is the same as completely removing a tree. They can leave those trees there, but again, they're going to be more vulnerable to storms, to pest diseases. So they also, per our ordinance, they will have to replace those trees or replace the canopy.
And so if that's the route that the city takes, how many trees will have to be planted for this property to be in compliance with the city code?
I haven't done that calculation yet because I just did the site visit today. But basically, this will be based on the estimated original canopy of the tree, and then it will be doubled for after the fact. So again, I'll have to make that calculation later. That they'll have to come to CPD. They will have to fill out a landscape and tree removal application, and at that point, I'll collect all of the information I need to tell them their mitigation options. They'll either have the choice to plant trees or to pay. But it's not necessarily on a one-to-one basis. It's dependent on the canopy.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Rucker, you've heard the city's presentation. What do you have to say in your defense?
Okay. First, I would like to say, again, thank you to the city for giving me this opportunity to speak and present my evidence on behalf of this matter. I want to make it a point to say that I appreciate what the city is doing. I can see how you guys are beautifying the neighborhood, and you're making it more aesthetically appealing. You know, I also want to mention that you guys are doing a great job for business owners with lending them assistance, also an outstanding job with lending local residents assistance in this time. However, it's sad. It's very sad when this nation is in a pandemic. People are losing their houses, their jobs, their livelihoods. And certain members of the city feel this could be an opportunity time to build resources by fining the city's local residents and businesses. This is an error. A mistaken thing that the city is doing at a time like this. Look at that yard. The grass is too high. Fine them. Look at the color of that house. Who painted it? Let's find them. That guy, he's standing in that yard over there. His head is cut too low. Who owned that house? Let's get him a fine. That's ridiculous. You know, it's a big mistake. There are other ways the city can increase this funding if they need it, you know. They can reach out to the national government, you know, but I think it's wrong to be greedy in a time like this and fine local residents and local businesses who are trying to help maintain this city. Now, I brought to you some evidence of pictures before and after, which you guys don't have. You know, she did mention it, but they didn't have any pictures of anything other than when the tree was hacked, as you put it. And I am not an arborist. I'm not certified in planting trees and growing and how long it takes to get a certain size. I'm not that. But I'm a lover of nature, and I know when I see something beautiful, I know when I see something that's ugly. Now, let's talk about beautiful. Let's talk about the city. All right, I got some pictures here to show you guys. I'm gonna hold it up to the screen so you can see what those trees look like before. Now, mind you, those trees are not on my property. They are not on my property. However, this is the damage that those trees was doing to my property. You see that tree there? It's all over my building. Look there. It's all over my building. Okay, look there. The tree is way taller than the building. It's all over the building, as you can see. You know, so I mean, I had no choice because one, the tree allows animals, insects, water damage, mold growth, and all of that to flourish. When it's laying on top of your building, it's up against your building. It allows that to happen. And that's what was taking place. Rats was getting into the building. Birds start having a nest inside of the building. It began to be such an unbearable problem. My tenant was complaining. I had to do something. You know, it wasn't a matter of, okay, you know, let's go get some license and do this and do that. I had to take matters into my own hand. I cut the tree, which I didn't think was a big deal, you know. I didn't want to lose a tenant and lose income, so I did what needed to be done. I showed you guys pictures of before how the trees were all over the building. You can't see it right there because of the reflection. But let me show you how beautiful those trees are growing back. Let me see if I can block some of this light. And you can see, which nobody seen the arborist. She said she went by there this morning. Well, guess what? I took pictures this morning. And she should have been able to see and told you guys, look how beautiful those trees are growing. None of the roots were damaged. So the tree has excellent stability and roots in the ground. There's the second tree. It's a nice, beautiful roundness to it. I know what looks good. And you guys, no one here can admit that that is an ugly tree. That tree is growing back beautifully. And it's not all up on my building anymore, damaging the building. So, I mean, I presented the evidence that I have. You know, it's structurally stable. The trees don't need to be removed. If you guys need to have more pictures, I could print this out so you guys can have it in evidence. I mean, I don't know what else I could say. I just feel that, you know, at a time like this, when people are struggling, that, you know, we could find other things and other ways to help each other instead of trying to take more and take more from each other when we already down. That's it.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to give a closing, if I may.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay. The property owner, he said that he did what he needed to do so that he doesn't lose income and his tenants, and that was more of a personal interest and self-serving, but that's besides the point. The code is very specific. It prohibits hat tracking, and that's what he did. And I would ask that the court uphold the fine under the circumstances.
All right. I understand a lot of what Mr. Rucker is saying. The trees evidently were having an adverse impact on his building and his tenants. I understand that. I also understand that these are hard times for a lot of people, but those are more policy issues. than legal issues. I know that some cities have looked at amnesties and waivers and things of that nature to help residents. But it's not my purview to get into those kind of policy issues. My purview, my job, my mandate is to look at the facts and determine if the facts and the law merit a finding of a violation. And I find that there was tree abuse. There were 2 trees involved. I see that they're growing back very nicely. I am going to affirm the city's violation, deny the appeal, and urge the property owner to either discuss this further with the city manager, or perhaps he wants to go in front of the city commission and speak at a public meeting. And perhaps under the circumstances, others in the city may look at the equities and look at the violation involved, and hopefully he can get some relief. But I'm bound by the law, and I think the city has proven its case, and therefore I am going to deny the appeal. Thank you, and we're ready for the next case.
The next case on the ticket appeal is Marie Marcion. She's here on the 2nd floor of City Hall. The case number is CTTRA 2020-00009. The property address is 850 Northwest 130 Street. The officer on this case is Aaron Barber.
This is another tree case?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Walker, stick around, please.
May I proceed?
Yes, anybody here on behalf of the property owner?
I am the property owner.
Okay, have you been sworn?
No, not yet.
All right, let's swear in the owner.
Pilar, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Can you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, please state your full name, address for the record.
My name is the property address or my address?
Your name.
My name is Marie S. Marcion. The property where the accusation occurred is 850 Northwest 130th Street, Miami, Florida 33168.
Are you the owner of the property?
Yes, I am the owner of the property, and I also have the next door neighbor where the issue was occurred to her property.
Okay, and you filed an appeal from the city's issuance of a code violation for tree abuse, correct?
That's what it said, yes.
All right, so you understand why we're here today?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to hear from the city first.
Which one?
I want to hear from the city, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay.
Officer Barber, could you please state your name for the record?
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
And what are your responsibilities, ma'am?
Enforcing the city's codes.
Okay. On August 3rd, 2020, did you issue a violation ticket to Marie F. Marcion at 850 Northwest 130th Street, North Miami, Florida?
Yes, I did.
And please refer to ticket 13771. Was this the ticket you issued to the property owner?
Yes, August 31st. Yes, 2020.
Could you please explain the nature of the violation?
I cited this property owner under Chapter 29, Section 5-2309, or tree abuse, was the improper cutting of an oak tree that was on the property. Tree was improperly cut and no permit to cut the tree.
Okay. So
One tree.
One tree, sir, yes.
And you're saying that there's a possibility that she could have obtained, if the property owner could have obtained a permit prior to cutting the tree.
The permits can be obtained, but the tree also would need to be properly cut. Oak trees, as I understand, are protected.
Okay. Was there a permit on file?
No, there was not.
At this time, Your Honor, the city would like to introduce into evidence the violation ticket 14107.
Admitted.
Thank you. Officer, was the ticket properly served on the property owner?
A copy of the citation was mailed certified, and a copy was also posted at the property.
And you have proof of proper service?
Yes, I do.
That is the, yeah. Okay. At this time, Your Honor, the city would like to admit into evidence the photo of posting and the affidavit of service.
Admitted.
Officer, was the tree abused when you saw it?
The tree appeared to be improperly cut the day that I was out there and took the photos.
And did you consult with an arborist?
No, I did not.
May I ask why? How come?
It was the oak tree. I'm not 100% sure, but I do not believe I did reach out to our arborist, as it was an oak.
Okay, and since oak trees are protected, they cannot be cut, or is that why?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions for the officer.
Okay. The property owner, Ms. Mashoni.
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. Why don't you give me your side?
On July, the beginning of July, there was a tornado and did a lightning hit the tree and leaned a branch to my neighbor, which is with me today. And the branch leaned to a carport. What I did, I tried to save the tree and I cut it. But the tree is beautiful now, blossom and beautiful. I did not kill the tree and I did not destroy the tree. I did not improperly cut the tree. It was a lightning hit the tree. That's the reason the tree has been cut. Now I got picture for the tree. It's blossom. It's beautiful.
Do you have pictures of what the tree looks like now?
Yes, I do.
Want to show it to me?
Yes. And this is the tree now.
Can you hold it up a little higher? Okay, thank you. Did I understand you earlier? I'm sorry, I must have missed the beginning of your comment. Did you say that the tree had been hit by lightning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so what if it was hit by lightning? What damage did lightning do?
What it's doing is just like there's a split. When it's hit it by the split, a piece falls to the fence, to those fence, and broke the fence. And what I did, and I said, I look at it, and because I don't live in the property, I come and see it. They call me to tell me that the tree is lighting the tree. And I say, I tell my neighbor, is it your property is damaged? And she said, no, it's just like it's leaning in my store because her car was the carport. And I wait when my husband is off, and we come and take the branch off, take everything off to see if the tree will be alive because it's a split coming to the branch. It's a split, and that's why I put it so low. They want to recover the tree back because I don't want the tree to be back there.
Do you have any photographs depicting the tree after it was hit by lightning?
Because what happened at that time, I was not really known because the tree is in right in the fence. As long as the neighbor was not really, her property was not damaged and nobody hurt, and I did not really mention take a picture for that. Because if I know I will be in court, I will take a picture. If I know the tree not supposed to be touching without I would take a permit, I will take a picture and comply. Because
so you're saying that you didn't know that the city had a law requiring you to obtain a permit before cutting down a tree?
Because I was not thinking about cutting tree because it was lightning, it was like a thunderstorm. I got another tree too. I had a mango tree that was hit also, and I had to cut it, but eventually I have to cut all the branches. It was a mess. After that tornado was hitting dead.
Yes, ma'am. You did not obtain a tree cutting permit before you cut down the trees.
No, what happened is when the tornado hit, and when the lightning hit the tree, the branch fell and the have a little shed in the yard. The branch is in the shed and I have a hole in there too, and the branch was in my neighbor's yard. And I just go ahead and cut those branches.
You're not, ma'am, with all due respect, you're not answering my question.
Okay,
my question is, did you obtain a tree permit?
I did not know that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough.
I did not know.
You did not know, and therefore, because you didn't know, you did not go to the city to get a permit.
No, because I was thinking this is an accident occurred. I don't know how to go take a permit, and I don't know exactly if the tree was a tree people cannot cut. When I see the accident occurred, I decide, to cut the branch to prevent no more further incident to my neighbor or to other people.
Okay. Is the lady standing next to you going to speak? Is she going to testify?
Yes, she will testify what she saw and see.
Okay, if she's going to testify, she's going to need to be sworn in.
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please tell us your full name and your street address.
My name is Robbie Michelle Corley. My street address is 840 Northwest 138th Street.
All right. Do you have anything more to add to what testimony has already been presented?
No, it's just that we had some bad weather. We had lightning one day, and I noticed the tree had broken half. And I know my neighbor, she will come over, periodically and check on her property and so forth. And one particular day when she came by, I mentioned to her what had happened, and she noticed how the branches and stuff were hanging because I have a carport where we have our car parked under there. So she told me her and her husband would come by and cut off all the necessary branches because she didn't want to damage my property. And I told her I would appreciate it. And that's what she did.
All right. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me hear from the city. Can you please address, Madam City Attorney, circumstances where, based on public safety, health, welfare, a property owner is compelled to cut down a tree to avoid any further damage to themselves or others? Do you follow my question?
I follow your question. I'm looking at the code right now to see if I can answer your question from there.
Yeah, while you're looking at the code, we have seen circumstances where trees have been diseased, or they have termites, or they are a threat to the neighborhood, and people on an emergency basis need to chop them down. Here, the allegation from the property owner is that the tree was hit by lightning. Assume that to be true. Doesn't the homeowner have a duty to avoid any further damage or injury to themselves or their neighbors or others, and act accordingly? Just like with a building issue, if you have an emergency in the middle of the night, sometimes you have to call a plumber and an electrician to do work on an emergency basis. What say you about those exceptions?
Special Magistrate, if I may, I would ask that if you would allow the city's arborist to answer that question.
Okay. Allison?
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
That is addressed in our ordinance. Let me pull it up. In section 5-2301, section L, it's that addresses emergencies. It's titled emergencies. And it says, if any tree is determined to be in hazardous or dangerous condition, so as to endanger public health, welfare, or safety, and requires immediate removal without delay, verbal authorization by phone must be given by the Community Planning and Development Department. So really, I would say that they need to, this is how we've handled it in any other case, when there's been a tree that poses a danger, they have to contact us and either via photos or a site visit, get permission from us to go ahead and remove the tree without a permit. Or again, we wouldn't issue a permit for cutting the tree like that. We would give them permission to remove it, or we would instruct them how to prune it correctly. But that, even though it's not about how the tree looks, if the tree looks pretty, that is not a structurally healthy or sound tree anymore. Absolutely.
Okay. I think that, I defer to you on what the code provides. I only recently learned, though, with respect to the building official can also give verbal authorization to do emergency repairs. These provisions are not widely disseminated in communities, and people don't really understand, that if they have an emergency in their property, that they must still call the city, whether it's a building issue or a tree issue. I think most people do not know that. So I don't know how to deal with it, but I'm just raising it as a problem. Anyway, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything else you want to add?
No, nothing. Ms. Walker said everything on that subject.
All right. So I am going to deny the appeal, affirm the violation, and that's my ruling. Based on the law as I understand it. Anyway, next case, please.
The next case on the ticket appeal agenda, the customers on the second floor of City Hall is Pinero Real Estate, LLC. The case number is CTSIP 2021-00002. The property address is 12190 Northwest 7th Avenue, and the officer on this case is Aaron Barber.
All right, so who's here on behalf of the owner? State your name and address, please.
Sheldon Pinero, 5250 Southwest 149th Avenue, Miramar.
Has the witness been sworn?
No, I need to swear him in, please. Sir, can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, let me hear from the city.
Good morning, Ms. Barber. Officer, could you state your name for the record?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is Officer Perez's case. Is that correct, clerk?
No, they skipped over mine.
This is Aaron Barber's case.
This is my case, Crystal.
This is Barber. Yeah, they skipped number 6.
That customer is not in queue list or in zone.
So we should still have called the case in order to, it's on the agenda. We didn't remove it from the agenda.
I will call it last after I called these 2 cases who are waiting in queue list on the 2nd floor. I will be called.
All right, so that we're clear, this is Pinedo Real Estate LLC, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're ready to proceed.
Officer Barber, can you state your name for the record, please?
Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance.
And could you let the court know what your responsibilities are?
My responsibilities are enforcing the city's codes.
Okay, and on February 26, 2021, did you issue a violation ticket to Pinero Real Estate LLC?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And could you refer to ticket 14124? And was that the ticket you issued to the defendant?
Yes, that's the ticket that I issued.
Okay, and explain the nature of the violation.
This property was cited under Chapter 29, Section 5-1502. I wrote the ticket for 2 issues, a banner sign that had been hanging on the building that was not permitted, and a badly damaged signpost that in my opinion is a potential hazard for pedestrian traffic and or vehicle traffic.
Okay. Okay. The city would like to introduce into evidence the violation ticket 14124.
Admit it.
Officer, was the ticket properly served on the property owner?
A copy of the ticket was mailed certified and a second copy was posted at the property.
Okay. Do you have proof of it?
Yes. Yes, the affidavit is.
Crystal, could you please go to the affidavit in the photo? It's page 3 and page 14. Okay, that's the affidavit. And thus the city would like to admit into evidence the affidavit and the photo.
Admit it.
And when did the violation occur, ma'am?
I issued the citation on February 26th, 2021.
And how did you come upon the violation?
We were doing a sweep inspection of the 7th Avenue corridor, sign issues, and that's when I noticed the banner. But upon further inspection, that's when I noticed the large sign, Metro PCS sign, at the corner of the property, the northeast corner of the property, in very poor condition.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, was the business operating?
Yes, at that time, the Metro PCS was occupying the space. They have since moved.
Okay. And can you describe the sign? Because I'm seeing pictures where it says Metro PCS, and then I saw another photo where the Metro PCS part is not there. So how was the sign when you arrived at the scene?
The photos taken on the 26th would show the Metro PCS sign still attached to the signpost. After they moved, of course, they took down the PCS signage, but the actual post itself and the frame for the signage is still in very poor condition.
Okay. And do you consider it to be a code violation?
I do. It's a damaged sign. Yes.
Okay. And the pictures that are scrolling on the screen right now, those are the photos that you took on that day?
Those the photo that I'm looking at the screen right now is February 26th, and I do have photos up to the final inspection that was last week.
Okay, and you took those photos?
I did, yes.
Okay, and the city would like to introduce into evidence the photos which depict the violation.
Admit it.
Okay, and officer, did the defendant pay the violation? The fine?
No, the ticket's being appealed.
Okay, and do you know if he repaired the sign already?
As of the last inspection, no, there had been no repairs made to the sign.
Okay, and when was the last inspection?
I believe that was June 8th.
And when was the ticket issued again?
February 26th, 2021, this year.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions for Ms. Barber.
All right, let me ask a few then. Is the violation for having an illegal sign in violation of the land development regulations, or is the violation that the sign isn't properly installed or improperly maintained? What are the violations for?
Prohibited signs. I wrote the citation and I noted the banner that was affixed to the main building, which has since been removed, and to the damaged sign post at the northeast corner of the property.
Okay. So let me clarify.
Yes, sir.
The banner is illegal. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, sir. It's a prohibited sign.
That's a prohibited sign. It's not allowed by the land development regulations.
No, sir.
The other sign, had it been installed correctly, would have been okay.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. That was based on the conditions. I feel that it is a potential dangerous sign.
Okay, and when you went out there to do your last inspection on June the 8th, had the Metro PCS sign and banner been removed?
The banner was removed, and the signage showing Metro PCS, that photo on the screen there is from June 8th, but the actual body of the sign is still in the same condition.
Right, so there is no Metro PCS attached to that picture that is on the screen right now.
No,
right?
sir. No, sir. They've relocated. They have moved. They have since relocated to another property.
Okay, so do you consider that structure, which is leaning to one side, do you consider that to be a sign?
I do. When the violation was issued, it was being used as a sign for the Metro PCS. And my concerns are the condition. It's located on a very busy street. It's located fairly close to the street and very close to the sidewalk. And
right. I understand that. For lack of a better term, I would deem that to be an unsafe structure. My question is whether or not today, if you went out there, would you be citing under a different code section?
Possibly. And when the citation was issued, that was the Metro PCS sign on the day of the fine.
Okay. Okay, because it looks like it could fall on top of somebody, and so it's no longer a sign issue. It's more of a public safety health and welfare kind of situation, which I think it's an imminent threat of collapsing on top of somebody, but that's what it appears to me.
Yes.
But anyway, I understand the facts. Now I'm going to let the property owner respond to the city's case. Are they still there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, so having heard what the city has put forward, what is your defense?
I could simply just
Speak up, sir. I can't hear you. You're going to have to speak up.
Can you hear me better?
A little bit.
Okay. I'll start off with the first part, because there's a couple parts to it. If you pull up building permit BAD 19042, you'll see I have a building permit since 2019. I've been approved by DRC. I've also been approved by DERM, which that only just recently finalized since the COVID. And my demo permit is about to be finally approved on Friday. So since that time frame, the building has been under contract to be torn down and replaced, which includes the sign. So that's the first part. There's a permit that's existing in record and a demo. Secondly, the building, that structure itself is not in danger of falling over. I know you may look at it visually, but it's literally double the size in the ground. It took a car running into it for it to lean, and it's still standing. You can lean on the structure right now and it won't come down. It's not a danger to anybody. But again, there is a permit to remove it, and it just got approved, and it's been there. Secondly, the banner was taken down directly after you mentioned it to my tenant. So it was immediately taken down, which I sent over to your supervisor in code enforcement. So she has a copy of it. It just so happened that you guys were moving at the time. So I was allowed a court appearance. But the banner was removed immediately. It was brought to detention. There's a permit to tear down the property that I have to wait for the city until it's finalized. Just finished getting approval since 2019. And in addition to that, my attorney did actually pay the fine. So you should have a record of it. If you don't, I will have to come back and present that. But I already understood that I can't do anything with it without a permit. And since there has been one, and I've been working on it, and now we're finally getting to the point that we could actually demolish the building by next week. I don't know what would have been the other recourse than that to address the problem. So in addition to paying it, also actively attempting to address the issue, and the building not being of no engineer, Aaron Barber has scheduled an engineer to go and evaluate the sign. It is not moving, especially since half of it is under the ground on my 14,000 square feet property. Yeah.
All right. Is that all?
Yes, it is.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, you said that you obtained a permit. When did you get that?
2019.
Okay, and the permit, what is it for?
It's to demolish the building and everything on site and build a new building.
Okay, does it include the sign?
If you look at the drawing, there's a design for a brand new sign that actually has three parts. It's a tripod situation design versus the one pole design that you have now.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. You're saying that it does include
in
the
the floor plans that are approved by the county and DRC, it's in the plan. In fact, even in the 3D rendering, you see the sign, the new sign.
Okay, if you have the permit since 2019, how come you haven't done anything?
Because it has to get approved. So during the process of DFE, also DERM, and then also we had COVID for a year of the city being shut down, everything has still been in process. It's been ongoing.
Okay, I don't have any more questions, Your Honor. I don't know if you want me to give my closing now or just wait.
I'm sorry, may I, Special Magistrate?
Yes.
Give some context. I'm looking the system here. I just want to put on the record. The system reflects that a site plan review was submitted back in 2018, which is still pending. A permit to do an addition was applied for back in 2019, which is still pending. The property owner has since, as of June 9th, 2021, applied for a demolition permit. So we're talking about separate things here. The permits to build have never been approved. So as of June 9th, 2021, the property owner had requested a permit to demolish the location, and that is what has been approved.
Okay, let me redirect everyone to the very narrow issue that we have in front of us, which is not a building issue, it's a sign issue. And the question here is whether or not the banner that was placed on the premises and the sign that was placed outside in that pole, whether those signs were legal signs or illegal signs. That's all. I don't really want to get into construction issues, though I am mindful that a demolition permit, if applied for in 2019, probably would have expired by now anyway. But nonetheless, what happens with the building, the site plan, or anything else is not relevant to the issue of the sign. So let's deal with the sign issue, Madam City Attorney, and whether or not there was a violation of Section 5-1502.
That's one thing I wanted to point out too, that the permit has nothing to do with the violation of today's code. It does not talk about permit. This is not a prerequisite. Based on the testimony of the officer and the pictures that were admitted into evidence, there is a clear violation of the code. The signage is it's a dangerous condition. It's, as the pictures show, it's about to fall. It could fall on anyone or a car, and he's in clear violation. And I would ask that the court uphold the fine.
All right, based on the testimony and the pictures that I have seen, and I'm not going to consider whether or not it is a hazardous sign or not. It just doesn't look right to me. But nonetheless, I will affirm the violation, dismiss the appeal, and rule in favor of the city on cited violations.
Your Honor, can I add something?
Yes.
So the banner was addressed the same day, so it was removed. In regards to the signage inside of the light box, that has been there for as long as I had the property, and it's licensed, and it was supposed to be there. In fact, when it was hit, it didn't receive damage. It was actually just there. So the signs, the posting, there's actually a receipt and permitting from corporate Metro PCS for that time. And it just so happens that when I owned it back in 2005, I was the one who went to it. So the sign itself is legitimately there and licensed. So that is supposed to be there. The only thing that would have been issue would have been the banner on the building, which was immediately brought down by the tenant when it was presented by Ernie Barber. So we addressed all of the issues right now, which is in regards to the signage. The signage on the post, that was legitimately there. There's a license for it, and it should be in record. In regards to the banner, it was taken out immediately, which I presented to Ernie Barber's director, that it came down within the time frame, because you were usually given opportunity to correct the issue. It was corrected literally at that time that you mentioned it.
Special Magistrate, the citation indicates specifically signs prohibited, banner sign on building, and signpost in potentially hazardous condition. So the citation was issued for both, not just for the banner on the building.
Yeah, and I also, not that I want to rehash the facts, but I heard testimony that there had been a car crash hitting the pole. Obviously, that pole is not in an acceptable condition from what I'm seeing. Even though it may not fall on somebody tomorrow, it just is not the way that you put up signs in the city of North Miami. So again, not to rehash the testimony, I find that the violations were issued properly and deny the appeal, and we need to move on because we're running late.
Your Honor,
I'm not going to hear any more. It's over. It's over. I'm sorry. I've heard the testimony. There are about 20 other cases pending.
Yes, but I'm allowed to process, and you're not allowing it. And you just actually said to your representative that you didn't acknowledge the structure. You wanted to address the banner issue, which in turn, I just mentioned to you, the banner was the only thing, and it was brought down within the time frame. And then secondly, the signage inside the post was already there, and it was licensed.
Sir, I've heard you say that 3 times, and I've given you more due process than you'll get before any other special magistrate in South Florida. You've had plenty of opportunity to discuss it. We've already spent about 20 minutes on your case. We need to move on. If you are not happy with my ruling, you can appeal it to the circuit court. And that's all I can tell you. Or you can talk to the city manager. Perhaps the city manager can be more lenient. I'm through with this case, sir.
All right. Who do I speak to acknowledge the money that would have already been received since this was already paid? It was me coming in because I know that you were wrong in regards to it. So now if you're being, you're not affording me my time because you feel that I'm not allowed to have it, and your perception has changed in between the time that we spoke. I mean, at this point, expressing my feelings towards you is fine because you, like you said, you're very animated, but you're contradicting what you said. I met the sign requirement, it was taken down. And the other sign is legitimately there. It is not in violation. So what are your grounds for allowing this to stand? If I've already taken the banner down within the time frame, and the sign that was there, there's literally a permit for it. Years earlier. So in both cases, the sign issue was addressed. So why am I still being penalized?
Sir, I've already ruled. You have the right to appeal. Sir, I'm done. Can you disconnect?
I keep going to appeal.
The moderator, can you disconnect to the... Okay. Next case.
The next case on the agenda is item number 6 on the ticket appeal. This customer has not signed in to appear. It is our last tree case. It's for Noe Francois, case number CTTRE 2019-00009, and the property address is 585 Northwest 121 Street. How would you like us to proceed with this case, sir?
Magistrate, before you state that, I just want to call the case again. If you're here on behalf of this property, please click the raise hand feature to be acknowledged. If you're here on behalf of property address 585 Northwest 121 Street, please click the raise hand feature to be acknowledged. It doesn't appear as though anybody has clicked the raise hand feature, Special Magistrate. It appears as though the appellant has not appeared for today's court appearance.
Okay, so in that case, I am going to dismiss the appeal.
And affirm the citation?
And affirm the citation.
The last ticket appeal is item number 8, Neil Rodden, case number SD-CBT 2021-00020. This customer is on the 2nd floor in City Hall. The property address is 2075 South Hibiscus Drive. The officer on this case is Jose Perez.
Can we swear in the property owner?
The moment, magistrate.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
I go first?
Are you Mr. Roden?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full name and address for the record, and also your relationship to the property on Hibiscus Drive.
Neil W. Roden, 2075 South Hibiscus Drive, North Miami, Florida 33181. I am the owner of the property.
Is it a commercial property or a residential property?
Residential property, Your Honor.
Okay, let me hear from the city.
Officer Perez, good morning. Can you say your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Jose Perez, and I'm a code compliance officer for the city of North Miami.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a code compliance officer, I am assigned to patrol specific areas and enforce the city ordinances.
Okay, on April 14, 2021, did you issue a violation ticket to Neil Rodden?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and refer to ticket 14068. Was that the ticket you issued to the defendant?
Yes.
Can you explain the nature of the violation?
Yeah, so the violation basically is for early trash placement. I was called out as a complaint regarding early trash placement at the property. I previously, to the citation, issued a courtesy warning, and within that 24-hour turnaround time, compliance was not met. Therefore, the citation was issued.
Okay. At this time, the city would like to admit into evidence the violation ticket number 1985. I'm sorry, 14068.
Yes. Admit it.
Okay. Officer, can you explain how the ticket was served on the defendant?
So the citation was posted at the property, and the date that it was posted on the property is April 14, 2021. It was also sent via certified mail, and that was done on that same date.
Okay, and there is the affidavit of service and the photo of posting, correct? As proof?
Yes.
Okay.
The posting is on page 5, and the affidavit of service is page 7.
Yes, the city would like to admit into evidence the photo of posting and the affidavit of service.
Admit it.
Can you tell us, I know you said that earlier, but could you explain again how you came upon the violation?
So this came in as a complaint through the systems, the city's system called NOMI Complaints. Essentially, one of the residents complained about the early trash placement at the property, and that's why I responded.
Okay, and that's what prompted you, you gave a warning first, and then after 24 hours, you issued a violation, correct?
Correct. When it comes to sanitation, there's a strict 24-hour turnaround time for warnings.
Okay. Were any complaints made to your department regarding this violation?
Yes, as I previously advised, it was submitted as a complaint through the NOMI Complaints.
Okay, and did you take pictures of the violation on the date?
Yes, that would be page 4, page 2 of the attachments.
Can you show me where the garbage is?
It's the abundance of miscellaneous stuff on the right-hand side of the swell next to the post. So being the box, the palm frond, the miscellaneous styrofoam.
Isn't that supposed to be on a container?
It can be in a container. If it fits in a container, you're supposed to put it in a container, but it would also be considered bulk trash. And in this case, anything that's left out on the swale 24 hours, more than 24 hours prior to the pickup is called early trash placement.
Okay. And do you know what is the schedule for the city to pick up the trash in that area?
So for that specific area, pickup is for Fridays. The courtesy warning was issued on a Monday. The complaint came in on, I believe it was the Saturday, and then I followed up with it on that Monday, and essentially the citation was issued on the Wednesday.
Okay. I'm really sorry about that, but could you go through this little schedule with me again?
Not a problem. So the complaint was submitted, I guess, sometime over the weekend. I responded to it on Monday, which would be April 12th. On April 12th, I issued the warning. I did not go back to the property and issue the citation until April 14th. So they were allowed more than 24 hours, which is a little bit of a discretion there, but essentially they had more than 24 hours to address the issue at hand.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'm not sure if I did it earlier, Your Honor, but I would like to introduce into evidence the pictures that depict the violation.
No objection. Admitted.
Okay, and officer, do you know if the property owner arranged for any kind of pickup of the trash with the city manager?
Well, actually, I put in a work order and the city's waste hauler actually picked up the trash. Yeah.
Okay, and to you, based on what you're telling us today, this is a clear violation of the code.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Does the city charge a customer when a work order is issued to pick up bulk trash?
Typically, yes. However, I'm not sure how this was handled. This might have been picked up by the Clean City Task Force or the waste hauler. I'm not exactly sure. I do know that I submitted the work order and it got picked up. I'm not entirely sure what happened on the back end.
Do they pick up bulk trash at the same time as they pick up regular trash?
No, the bulk trash schedule is completely separate from the regular trash schedule. Bulk trash for that area of the city is specifically on Fridays.
And if you wanted to get your bulk trash picked up within 24 hours, in order to be in compliance with your ticket, you would have had to have made a call specifically for a special pickup?
So they had the option of making that special call for the pickup. When it comes to a pile of this nature, it was very small. You also had the option of removing it yourself. So those were the two possible options.
Okay. Let me hear from the property owner, Mr. Roden.
First of all,
What say you?
well, if you go back to the picture, that's not the front of my house. That is so far on the side of my house, crossing over to the neighbor's property behind me, that I didn't even know that that was for me. I was out of town. I wasn't in town. And people put trash there for 2 years I've lived in this house. 2 years, because bulk pickup, I guess the bulk trash comes, picks up on whatever day. I didn't even know the day, exact day. It's not even my trash. It's not the front of my house. So when I got back and I saw this, I said, boy, this must be a mistake. It can't be for me. It's not the front of my house. It's the side of my house conjoined with my neighbor's house. How is that my property, Your Honor? That can't be. I mean, if I go to plant a tree there, it's not my property. But now it's my property. So that's the problem I have. It's against the pole that is city property, has nothing to do with my house. It's far away from my house. You should go back and look at the picture, not the front of my house. I'll show you how far away it's from my house. But yet, it's the side of sort of my house, conjoined with my neighbor's house. My neighbor didn't have anything because it didn't graze the property, but it grazed mine. That was the problem I had. It's not the $100. It's not. This has been going on for 2 years. I wasn't in my trash. I'm out of town. People are constructing, a lot of construction going on. There's everything. And people are putting their bulk trash there. It wasn't a lot. And then the bulk trash comes and picks it up. I thought it was just common practice in the neighborhood. Had zero idea that it was part of my property. If it was in front of my house, I would understand that. My trash goes in the receptacle. It goes in the bin. Recycling and my trash. Other than that, I don't even know what it's for.
Do you have containers where you place the trash on a weekly basis for the city vendor to haul?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
And where do you place those containers?
Literally, like right in front of the house, side of the driveway, like right in front of my house. Absolutely.
Okay, and the trash that is depicted on the photographs, is any of that trash your trash?
Zero, my trash.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how it got there?
A neighbor at 2080 South Hibiscus was building his house at the time, and I believe that, and I don't know for sure, but it looked like something that came from that construction.
All right, so you're testifying that the trash depicted on the photograph is placed in a location that is not within your premises.
Correct. It's almost like a community little area there that people have been putting bulk trash there since I moved into the house.
Who owns that area? Is that Swale? Is that the city's property, or is that your neighbor's property?
Well, it's the city's, and it sort of conjoins with my neighbor. If you look at the picture, it's almost, half mine and half theirs. It looks kind of, cross between both of our properties, but it's the city's property because, like I said, if I planted a tree there, the city would say, you can't plant a tree there, that's city property. So why is it now my property because somebody's putting trash there?
All right, so the issue, I guess, to be decided, and I'd like to have the city weigh in on this, is whose property is it? The property owner denies that it's within his property. So if he's correct, then I have to dismiss the violation unless you can convince me that the property owner actually placed the debris where it was located when the picture was taken. So
Special Magistrate, if I may, indeed, that is public right of way. The city's code does require that the abutting property owner maintain the public rights of ways that abut their private property. And so, if it's illegal dumping, if it was placed there by the owner, the city would not know who placed the trash there. However, it is the property owner's responsibility to maintain the right of way. If the property owner, just to address the question about planting, you could plant in the right of way with the proper permits. And so, just that said, the trash or whatever it is that's there is the responsibility of the property owner, just as sodding the soil is the responsibility of the property owner, and any routine other maintenance is the responsibility of the property owner, the abutting property owner.
All right, so are you telling me that the trash is in the city's right-of-way directly in front of the property owner's property?
It's adjacent to the side of the property. And if you reference back to the picture number 2 from the attachments, the property line ends where the pole is. So it's not over and extending onto the neighboring property. It's directly adjacent to the side of the property owner's swale area. So due to the court ordinance here, he is responsible for that area.
Special Magistrate, it's also important to note that all trash is placed on the right of way for pickup. If the property owner decided to put bulk trash out, it wouldn't be picked up off of private property. It's going to be placed on the public right of way for collection. If they choose to place it in front, that's up to them. If they choose to place it on the side, that's up to them as well. As long as it's placed on proper collection date, the city has no concerns on where the trash is placed on the right of way.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. My question is very narrow, and that is that the upland owner, if you will, for lack of a better term, the upland owner directly behind the city right-of-way is this property owner.
Correct.
Okay. And you, Mr. Perez, did give the 24-hour notice and then took a little extra time to go back and do another inspection?
That is correct. Yes. So
And
it was 48 hours.
the same property, the same debris was still there a couple of days later.
Correct. Yes.
All right. So assume that the property owner is correct, that he was out of town during that weekend and didn't know that the debris had blown in or somebody dumped it or whatever the situation was. The code still places the onus on the owner to have the debris removed, even though he may not know it's there.
Correct. However, when I did my reinspection on the 14th, the initial courtesy notice that I had posted had already been removed. Someone had collected that courtesy notice.
Say that again.
So on the 14th, when I did my reinspection, the original courtesy notice that I had posted at the property had been removed. So someone took delivery of the courtesy notice.
From the front door?
Correct, from the front mailbox.
And the debris remained on the outside by the swale?
That is correct, yes.
Mm-hmm. And how soon thereafter was the work order issued to remove the debris?
That same day, when I returned to the office, using my administrative time, I submitted that work order. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure if it was picked up by Waste Pro or the Clean City Task Force, but it was picked up.
And it was this the type of debris that would ordinarily, blow away if there's a strong wind? Was it like paper? Was it something more structural, like wood or metal, or what kind of debris was it?
So it wasn't construction material. It definitely was not. It was a couple boxes that were torn up. It was some styrofoam, and I believe there was a small wooden piece in the mixture. But it was several pieces that could have flown away. Especially would have been bad if there may have been strong winds. Yes.
Were there any vehicles at the residence when you were there?
I cannot recall, and based off my pictures, I don't see anything in the driveway, but that's because I took pictures specifically of the mailbox and the address. I don't recall.
Okay. Anything else from the city before I ask Mr. Roden for a final comment?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Roden, the city of North Miami, like many other municipalities, imposes a duty on the part of a property owner to maintain in good condition the city's right-of-way immediately in front of the property. I know that to some that may be unfair, and I've even heard people say that it may not even be legal. But nonetheless, I'm not here to judge policy or the legality of the city's code. I'm here to basically apply the facts to the law as presented to me. And based on what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing, it does look like the violation was properly issued. The policy, I cannot get into that, but do you have any final comments?
It doesn't matter, Your Honor, because it's not my property. Over there on that side, way over on that side of my property, it's not in front of my house. People are still putting trash there, Your Honor. Look how far away it is. You probably can't see this, but this is the front of my house. That's the front of my house. Let's keep going. We're not even there yet. There's the trash. How am I supposed to know that that is where I'm supposed to take care of when my neighbors keep putting it on my yard? So now I gotta go talk to my neighbors, put a sign there. I mean, I had no idea. I was not in town. I have a housekeeper. He came into my house, probably put the mail on my desk. How is this my responsibility? How am I supposed to know that code is way over here when the front of my house, if I keep going, is way over here?
Well, I heard testimony from the code officer that it is in front of your property.
Not in front of my property. It's way off to the side of my property, almost against the road. I think if you go back and look at the picture, I don't have access to it. But if you go back
Unfortunately, without a survey, sir, and without somebody telling me or showing to me where exactly it is in relationship to the property line, I'm at a loss to make a definitive ruling on the issue of whether it is within or without your property. But having heard from the city that it is in front of your property, I'm not seeing anything from you with a survey showing me that the debris was on some other place beyond your property line.
Well, the point is that it's been going on that side of my property continuously. Over there, somebody, not me, it's not my trash. Where does the city come in with that? Maybe somebody's littering. Maybe can we consider littering a violation for somebody coming to my property and doing that?
Yeah, I hear you. I accept that it was not your property. I accept that it is nothing that you had anything to do with. But I have to deal with a code section that says that nonetheless, whether you knew it or you didn't know it, whether it's on your physical property or on the city's right of way, you're still responsible to maintain that area in a clean condition. And for those reasons, based on the testimony that I've heard, I have to find in favor of the city and dismiss your appeal. Had you presented some evidence by way of a survey or otherwise that the debris was not placed on the city's right of way in front of your property, I might have been convinced otherwise. But the only evidence that I'm hearing from the city is that it is in front of your property. So on that basis, I have to agree with the city and affirm the violation. I think you need to talk to somebody at the city to make sure that if this happens again, you have to be able to show that it's not on your property and you should not be cited for it. But based on what I'm hearing today, I have to agree with the city that it is a violation. And for that reason, I'm going to deny the appeal.
Special Magistrate, if I may just provide the resident with some, perhaps this could be helpful, seeing as what I'm hearing is that this continues to be an issue near your property, that you have options. You could plant, if there's space on the side of the home where people are kind of using to dump and you're saying it's not your trash, you do have options. You can plant, there's some other materials that you're allowed to put in the public right of way with the okay from the Community Planning and Development Department to prevent illegal dumping.
It's not necessarily from a code violation standpoint. You can say it's the code, you can say it's in front of my house, but the city should take an obligation to not have people put stuff like that. And now I've got to go out there and talk to my neighbors and deal with this because it's really, it's unfair what the city's doing. It's not right. It's not right. You can call it any way you want. I'll pay the fine. It's fine. But it's got to be something else has to happen within the city to stop people from just putting stuff on the side of a street almost, even though it's my property is attached to it. It should not be, my violation. That's where I would stand with this. It shouldn't be my violation. The city should come in and say, hey, let's put a sign here that says this is, something, whatever it needs to happen, that's what needs to happen.
Your Honor, if I may, for the record, if we look at page 10 of the packet that I did attach, you could see the line for the property. So you can see the property line, and it is a corner home. So there's two faces of that home that face the street that have two faces of the swell area. So with that, you could see exactly where it was.
Sir, you're going to have to show it to me in a picture because your words don't mean very much without seeing it in a picture.
Yes, if we could share the screen, please, and show him page 10 of the attachments.
Well, Magistrate, I thought that you had ruled already.
I have ruled already.
I don't care. It's my property, Mr. Perez. That's fine. If you want to, I'm not worried about that. But it shouldn't be that people keep putting stuff there on my property And the city says, well, that's your property, you're responsible for it. Well, but who maintains that? Bulk trash comes and picks up. It was one day difference by the time you cited me to that Friday when bulk trash came. Okay?
Okay, sir, I think we're done with your case.
No problem.
I just, for my own edification, for the future, I just want to see the picture that Officer Perez is referring to, so I understand better what the facts were presented. So that's why I asked for the picture. But I'm not changing my ruling. I know that to some it may be unfair, but that's the way it goes when the city has a code section that puts the responsibility on the property owner to maintain the swale.
Who maintains the light pole?
Mr. Perez?
Page 10.
Who maintains the light pole that the trash is up against?
Mr. Roden, I'm listening to the code officer.
Page 10, please.
Jose, I don't have page numbers. I'm sorry, so you have to tell me.
If you go to the top left, it'll have page numbers. Right now, you're on page 3 of 12. If you click on the 3 on the top left corner,
my view doesn't have page numbers.
It does on the top left.
My view doesn't have page numbers. I wouldn't say it if it did. I'm sorry.
I see the same screen you do, but just keep going down.
Keep scrolling.
Okay. That's all the pictures.
Keep going. 1 second. On the property appraisal page, right there, that's the property. And if you see the property line, it's highlighted in yellow. You can see how the front of the home faces Hibiscus Drive. However, the side of the home is on that corner where it says Hibiscus Circle. All that square frontage is essentially responsibility of the property owner.
Okay, I got it. All right. Just again, this is something that many property owners do not know. I used to own a property not far from the city limits where people used to dump old tires all the time on my parking lot, and I would get cited all the time. And it doesn't matter who put it there. If it's on your property, you're liable. And if it's on the city swale, on the city right of way, you're responsible. And it's a policy issue that cities have done over the years. And there's nothing that this, magistrate can do about it. Just enforce what the city passes, and that's what we're doing. So enough of this case. Let's move on to the next one.
We're going to move into the new business notice of violation. I will call the pre-registered participants in Zoom first. The first case is Marjorie E. Tapia, case number MHVIO 2019-00447. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of February 4th of 2021. The fine set was $300. The property address is 525 Northwest 134th Street, and Gary Beswick is the officer.
Marjorie, if you could enable your video and audio to be sworn in.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marjorie Tapia, property owner of 525 Northwest 134th Street, North Miami, Florida 33168.
Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Tapia, you were found guilty of these violations back in November. And if I recall, I was probably the magistrate that imposed the fine at $300 per day with an abatement date of February 4th. We're now in June, what is going on
Okay.
with your permits.
Sir, I have my runner. Her name is Jindra. I don't know if you guys can see her. She's working with me. She was working with the previous owner that was hire her, and then I hire her myself. Jindra, I hire an engineer company for the plans. We submitted the plans to the city, and we were waiting for the plans to be reviewed so we can make the corrections. So like you mentioned the last time we had the same meeting, you need us to do something about it. And unfortunately, we didn't do anything before because it was a back and forth between the previous owner and myself. We are taking actions. Jindra is here now, so she can give you a better update because she was telling me that now we're waiting for Miami-Dade County for DERM.
Well, what was going on back in November when you came in front of me? Were you not already in the process of getting a permit?
Sir, when I purchased the property September last year, I didn't know that the property was having these issues. I didn't know. And I was told by the previous owner and Jindra, which is, she was hired by the previous owner, that they will take care of it. I found out everything last year, and then we had another meeting earlier this year, and I was very concerned about the daily fines, but the person that was working on the plans back then to the previous owner at the beginning of the year, he got sick with COVID, and even Jindra talked to you guys about, and he didn't do the plans correctly. After our second meeting, sir, I took action like you recommended because it's my property. I took action. I talked to Jindra directly. Forget about the previous owner. Work with me now. I'm going to be a pain, but work with me. We had a meeting. I hired an engineer company that came to my house, that checked all the house, that did a new plans for the house because that's what we needed. And we waited a couple of weeks for the engineer companies to finish the plans. And then we went ahead and submitted to the city. We have a permit, like a case number with the city. So I was told I was calling to the city every week, and they were telling me we're still reviewing. It's not done yet. It needs to go to different departments and so forth and so forth. So I think it's finally reviewed by the city. However, we need to make corrections. If I'm not mistaken, Jindra, please correct me. And now we're waiting for DERM in Miami-Dade. It's almost approved. I was told that yesterday.
Stop it for a minute. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Let me. I was just going to turn to the city. How much work needs to be done, and where are we in the process, Mr. Beswick?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Building Department. Let's go to Ms. Lopez. Is the file here or is it DERM?
Yes.
Is here or DERM?
Yes, I am here.
I know the file. Is it in the city or is it Miami-Dade?
We already take the file to Miami-Dade. Was already the correction done, and I guess our runner already take it back to the city.
So it's currently at the city?
Yeah.
How much work, Mr. Beswick, is involved in correcting these violations?
Well, the problem is, the major thing is they convert a garage to a living space. So that's why the hiccup.
So what are they doing? Are they restoring the living space to the garage, or getting a permit for a new room, or what?
No, they're doing an addition. So they're keeping the living space. So they apply for a permit for an addition. So for all the other alteration that took place, as the current owner stated, was done by the previous owner. So basically, she inherited the problem that the previous owner created. So basically, all we need is an update, basically, and we can table it.
I'm inclined to tabling it, but why is DERM taking so long? Do you know?
Well, everybody having a problem with DERM. It's a long process.
I know that, but this violation goes back to 2019.
Well, because there was some fighting between the previous owner and the current owner with the issue. See what happened is you're supposed to get an approved reoccupancy, but you have some title company that ignore that and still go ahead and close. So once they close, the current owner fall trap with it, and the only recourse they have is solve the problem and try to go after the title company afterwards.
Yeah, but I really, the title company's issue is not within the purview of what the city needs to do to get this permit closed. Where are we as far as the permit? They do have a permit, or they're waiting for a permit?
They're waiting for a permit. They're waiting for a permit to be issued. Okay. But what I'm explaining to you is the process. Once they come in here and apply for it, then have to take it to Miami-Dade. When it wants to go to Miami-Dade, we have nothing to do with it. But it's a valid argument. Whenever things go to Miami-Dade, Durham, it takes a long time.
All right. Is it your opinion that the property owner is moving along as quickly as they can in order to get work done?
Yes, so that's not bad. Yes.
Okay. So I'm inclined to agree with you that we should postpone it.
Yes.
What? 60 days?
For your next hearing, for the next year. When is your next hearing?
When is my next hearing? Does anybody know?
August the 19th.
All right. Okay. I'll rehear it in August.
Yes.
Hopefully, we'll be close to completion by then.
Correct. Hopefully. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beswick. Thank you, Marjorie, and please keep working hard to get your permits in order.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Okay. See you next time. Hopefully not, but
hopefully not. Me too. I don't want to waste no one's time.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
The next three cases are for William Saran, case number CEFAC 2020-00006, case number CEMHS 2020-00016, and case number CEMHS 2020-00017. All three cases were previously adjudicated with an abatement date of June 8th of 2021. The fine set on all three cases was $500. The property address is 365 Northeast 125 Street. Ed May St. Louis is the officer on all three cases.
Okay, Pilar, I have a question. When I reviewed these three cases last night, I noticed a discrepancy between the fine that I issued back in April and the fine that you have set forth on the agenda. I believe the fine was for $250, and the agenda is showing the fine at $500. Can you clarify that for me?
Yes, give me one moment, please. And you are correct.
I thought so.
250, yes.
So, Pilar, so can you clarify on the record what, if you, I don't know if you want to reread the item into record and clarify that there was an error in the fine that was set?
So for the three cases for William Saran, case number CEFAC 2020-00006, CEMHS 2020-00016, and CEMHS 2020-00017, which was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of June 8th, the fine set should be $250 for each case.
Okay. Having that out of the way, is there someone here representing the property owner?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Samir Ness. How are you?
Your name again, sir?
First name is Tamir, T as in Tom, A-M-I-R. Last name is Ness, N-E-S-S.
Okay.
The property was recently sold.
All right. You understand why this case is back in front of me? Let's deal in order with the first violation for an air conditioner.
Well, let me just mention that we've been dealing with a 9-month, very challenging eviction of the current tenant that was just removed 2 days ago from the property. So we've been communicating with the city on a regular basis as far as our challenges, because that tenant did not allow us to get into the property. And like I mentioned, just 2 or 3 days ago, the tenant was removed with the sheriff. All of his items were placed outside the property. It was very challenging, and we got that done. As early as this afternoon, we're going to be pulling permits to replace the AC unit, and then all the other minor items, our handyman should be taking care of them.
All right, let me hear from Edmi St. Louis, the code officer, and or the city attorney regarding the city's position on this.
I apologize, Your Honor. Did you call me?
Yeah, what is the city's position regarding the first case, the air conditioner unit? I have a vague recollection of this case. We had a problem tenant that is finally out of the premises, and the owner has just testified to the fact that they're moving as quickly as they can to get permits to fix everything. So what's the city's position on it?
This part doesn't have anything to do with the city attorney's office, so I would defer to the officer.
All right, Ms. St. Louis?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys?
All right. What say you about these 3 violations, beginning with the air conditioning? What is the city's position on it?
Well, as of the final reinspection, when I did attempt to enter the unit, the tenant himself did not give me any access, and he also did state that he was in the process of moving out due to the eviction, which was the initial process that Mr. Williams Cyron had explained to me. So in the city's defense, I'll go ahead and have the case tabled to give the property owner the opportunity to go ahead and fix the issues.
All right, so the first case has to do with an air conditioner. The second case is for a permit regarding doors. And the third case is for a sink and a cabinet needing a permit. Are you recommending that we table all 3 until August?
Yes, we'll table all 3 until August to see if the property owner obtains any permit. And upon no permit on file, then we'll move forward with the.
Is the property owner in a position to obtain a permit relatively quickly?
Absolutely. AC is being pulled today.
I'm sorry?
The AC is being pulled today, this afternoon.
Okay. All right. I think between now and August, I would expect that much, if not all of the work would be done by now. If I'm correct and the work is done, we can wipe away all the fines. If it's not, and if you're not moving quickly in good faith, then I'm seriously considering imposing those fines. The owner is always responsible for whatever the tenant does. It's part of being a property owner. So I know that you've tried to get this tenant out. It's been a problem tenant, but it's for that reason that you really need to move quickly. So I'll see you in August. Hopefully by then we'll be able to get rid of these cases. So good luck to you, and We'll
Thank
see
you very
next
much,
time.
folks.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Have a good afternoon.
All right, next case.
The next case is item 21 on the agenda, Levico Business LLC. This customer is in Zoom. Her name is Patricia. The case number is CEFAC 2021-00001. This is a new case. The property address is 13700 Northeast 6th Avenue, and the officer is Edmay St. Louis.
This is Levico Business LLC?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anybody here from the owner? Anybody representing the owner, please step forward.
Yes, sí, aquí. Patricia Riola representando a Levico Business LLC.
Do you need an interpreter?
Sí, por favor.
Okay. Spanish interpreter?
Sí.
Are you riding in a car somewhere? ¿Usted está manejando?
No.
Okay, I asked her if she was driving. I was going to ask her to pull off the side before we get into an accident.
Y entonces la razón por la que le estaba preguntando de que si usted estaba manejando era para pedirle que mejor parara para así evitar algún accidente.
Sí, por supuesto. No estoy manejando.
Yes, of course, but I'm not driving.
What is your name and your property address?
¿Cuál es su nombre y su dirección?
Patricia Riola y la dirección es 13700 Norris 6 Avenida y la unidad 309.
So
Go ahead.
Okay, so it is Patricia Riola, and the address is 13700 Northeast 6th Avenue, Unit 309.
Okay, the city is citing you for electrical work in Unit 309. How do you concede the violation, and do you need more time, or what is your position?
Entonces, la ciudad está citándola por un trabajo eléctrico en el que se está realizando en la unidad 309. ¿Usted está consciente de la violación? ¿Necesita más tiempo?
Sí, necesito más tiempo.
Yes, I do need more time.
How much time do you need?
¿Cuánto tiempo necesitaría?
2 semanas.
2 weeks.
Okay, let me hear from the city. Is this a life safety issue? Is this something that should be done immediately, or can it wait a couple of weeks?
Entonces, déjeme escuchar correspondiente a la ciudad para saber si ellos me pueden decir si eso es un problema que sea riesgoso para la vida o si tiene que ser algo que se pueda ser arreglado inmediatamente.
Perfecto.
Perfect.
City, what say you?
Good afternoon, Code Officer Edmay St. Louis. This violation was initially opened back in February 18th, 2021. There was a complaint received by the tenant. However, within the process of reinspection, that's not the case that's posted up. Within the process of reinspection and the final reinspection on June 8th, the tenant did explain to me at one time the outlet was functioning. However, we don't know what happened. And she went ahead and took pictures to show where at one point it was working and the other points of where whenever she plugged anything in the outlet, the light is not on. So I have been in communication with Andrea, who she stated that she's the assistant to the property owner. And she did, in fact, explain to me that they will be trying to work on fixing the issue. But as of the final reinspection, there was no compliance.
What needs to be done exactly?
The outlet, there's some type of electrical shortage in the outlet. So she's not able to access the outlet in the living room.
We're talking about one outlet in the whole
Not
Condo?
one. It's a couple. One is in the living room, and then the other one is in the kitchen.
How did you find this out?
Well, initially when she called for the complaints, it was multiple violation actually, in which the property owner's been working to fix. When we went inside, she showed us where the issue was within the outlet, plug a couple of things inside, and then upon the final reinspection, I was not able to enter the unit, but when I did call her, she went ahead and plugged things in to show me that at one point it was working, then it's not working anymore.
So you're dealing with a tenant?
Yes, with a tenant.
Okay, and the owner is the entity that is being cited.
That is correct.
So the lady
Magistrate, the interpreter may want to interpret the testimony given by the officer.
Yeah, good point. Mr. Interpreter, can you let the tenant know what the code officer said?
I'm so sorry, sir, but I wouldn't. That was a long.
I understand. I'm sorry for waiting, but can you summarize, in a snippet, what the
Sure.
Ms. St. Louis, what you said earlier?
Sure. Upon receiving the violation from the tenant, at one point she did explain to me that the outlet was working. However, upon the final reinspection date, which was June 8th, the outlet was not functioning.
Entonces, estaban recibiendo la violación en cuanto el inquilino, pero cuando fueron al lugar a ver, el inquilino explicó que el enchufe sí estaba funcionando, pero después, al final, después en la visita que se hizo en junio 8, ya el enchufe ya no estaba funcionando.
Bueno, sí, estuvimos, sí. Tenían acceso a
disculpe, señorita Rola.
Recién.
Disculpe, señorita Rola, es que no se escucha su voz, se está trabando. Un segundo. Are you
¿Me escuchas?
Sí, ya la escucho.
¿Ahí me escuchas?
Sí.
Que tuvimos varias violaciones que todas se hicieron, estas no fuimos notificadas.
Yeah, she's frozen.
Yeah.
Llamamos al inspector, no nos dijo porque nosotros no estábamos en esa dirección y recién hoy en la mañana a las 8:30 nos mandó a qué hora, que teníamos que a las 9:30 conectarnos para este hearing, pero eso se resolverá, lo de los aules, en menos de 2 semanas. Lo que sí estábamos notificados era de otras violaciones que todo se hizo. Eran más de 6. De estas no fuimos notificados.
Mr. Translator, stop her right there and translate what she said.
Well, with all the interruptions, it's not that clear. The message is not that clear, but what she, in this case, I will be doing a summary. So, what happened is that we had. So she has received some of the some violations, but some of them were notified. And at some point, she called the inspector. Then the inspector told her that she needs to be need to be in this meeting at 8:30. At 8:30, she was told that at 9:30 she needed to be in this meeting, but regarding the violations that were notified, they are already complete. Now the other ones, she is what she's saying, that it will take up to 2 weeks in order to complete all of them.
Okay, so let me clarify again. She can say 2 weeks or she can say 2 years. It's really up to the owner to make the repairs. Isn't that correct?
Que es que puede decir que sean 2 semanas o 2 años, pero esto es responsabilidad del dueño, ¿no?
Sí, sí, pero entonces todas las otras violaciones se hicieron en tiempo y forma. Estas no fuimos notificadas y se hará en menos de 2 semanas.
Yes, but all the other violations that were notified, they were done on time, and these ones that were notified, well, it will take me less than 2 weeks to complete them.
Okay, let me hear from the code officer to weigh in on what we're gonna do and what can we expect from the owner to close these violations.
Entonces, déjeme hablar con la oficial para ver qué es, para ver qué es lo que se puede hacer para que el dueño ya esté cumpliendo con las violaciones.
Okay, well, upon being that the violation was generated since February 18th of 2021, and as of the final reinspection, which was June 8, 2021, I'll ask that they are found guilty, and then upon the completion of the violation, then she could call me for a final reinspection to go ahead and inspect the outlet.
Special Magistrate, I'd like to also add on behalf of the staff that I'm looking in the system, and there were actually 4 violations that were initially opened back in February. An officer can confirm for me, but it appears as though the nature of these issues are pretty severe to a tenant that's living in the property. I'm not sure why the other case that's pending was not brought today. I'm not sure if it's in compliance, but the officer can confirm. I have issues open for cracks and leaks in the ceiling. I have a stove that was inoperable. If we're dealing with an electrical outlet issue, and I'll tell you and give you testimony on behalf of just my knowledge of this building itself is in complete disrepair, and it's not properly maintained by the property owners as well as the condominium association themselves. And so this is one of our biggest nuisance locations in the city, and I would ask that you affirm the officer's request to adjudicate on the case and require that the property owner abate the issues right away.
Yeah, how did we learn about these violations?
It appears as though from what the officer stated, we received a complaint from the tenant.
Okay. Frankly, much like you said, I believe that I'm skeptical that anything will happen in 2 weeks, especially if the owner is not here to agree to it. But I will find in favor of the city and give an abatement date. But we're dealing with today, unfortunately, we only have 1 violation to deal with, and that's for the electrical repairs for that particular unit, and not some of the others. I think maybe you should bring back the others if we need to at the next meeting. But based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the staff, the photographs that I reviewed, the evidence presented, I find that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of August, when is my August 12th?
Yes.
I'll set a compliance date of August 1. And in the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Yes,
it's
sir.
going to be
Just
hard to translate that, but that's the best I could do.
Don't worry. You said that just to confirm, the compliance date will be on August the 12th or August the 1st?
August 1.
All right. Entonces, basándonos en los testimonios dados por oficial, así como la oficial de responsabilidad, así como las fotografías y lo que ha mencionado el equipo y las evidencias presentadas, todavía se muestra que la violación sigue existiendo en la unidad. Entonces, en este caso, yo estaré dando a favor a la ciudad para que esto se esté cumpliendo a no más tardar de agosto 1, o sea, de agosto 1. Y en el evento de que esto no esté hecho, de que esto no esté ya hecho para agosto 1, se estaría teniendo una multa de $500 diaria por cada día que vaya pasando después de agosto 1.
That's my ruling. Okay, we're done. Next case.
Esa es mi decisión, ya hemos terminado. Siguiente caso.
The next customer is Alvaro Merchan. He has 3 cases. This customer is currently in City Hall. He's going to need a Spanish translator. The first case is CEFAW 2021-00010, which is a new case. CEGMP 2021-00008, which is a new case. CEZPU 2021-00004, which is a new case. The property address is 1451 Northeast 132 Road. Jose Perez is the officer on all 3 cases.
All right. The first case is the fencing. Is the property owner ready to be sworn?
Sir, can you please raise your right hand?
Señor, por favor, ¿pudiera subir su mano derecha?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Your full name and street address and your relationship to the property, please.
I'm the owner of the property.
Let me have the interpreter. Are we going to use the interpreter or not?
Let me try. Not to decide if I need an interpreter.
All right. If you need one, there's one available. Tell me your full name, address, and your relationship to the property.
My name is Alvaro Merchan. The address is 1451 Northeast, 132nd Road, North Miami, 33161. I'm the property owner.
Okay. The first violation has to do with black fencing. You understand the nature of the violation?
Yes, I have a temporary plastic fence.
Okay. Do you agree that the violation is proper, or are you going to contest it?
No, I already have I already applied for the permit for a fence, for a real fence. And my situation now is that I'm having a divorce, a very nasty divorce. My wife wants the house, she left the house, she abandoned. She wants to kick me now out of the house. So last month I spoke with the judge. She told me that I can wait a little to see what happened with my divorce. So that's my situation now. If you order me now to do a fence, I have to do it. No, that's not it.
Okay. Just so that I get an idea about what this is about, I'm going to have the city show me pictures and tell me why you're being cited. Mr. Perez?
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 1451 Northeast 132nd Road. The first case ending in 010 is regarding the fence. As you can see via the pictures and the evidence, unfortunately this came in as a complaint regarding the tarp fencing that was put in as a privacy screen, and unfortunately that is not allowed.
Okay, is it what is it, plastic, or what kind of material is that?
Plastic.
Yeah, it's like a plastic tarp.
Yeah, so it's not the actual fence that you're citing him for, it's the black plastic surrounding the fence.
Correct, yes. It's like a temporary privacy fence that was made out of the plastic tarp.
Okay, let me see the other pictures just before this one. Okay, that's clear. All right. Okay. Is he in the process of, is the property owner in the process of getting a permit or removing that tarp? Have you been by there? What's going on?
As of my final reinspection, the tarp remains. I am checking the system now to see if there's anything pending, but there is nothing pending as regarding a building permit. Essentially, no progress has been made. However, this city has been made aware of his situation with the divorce. As he previously mentioned, he had a hearing last month. The city does not have any objections to granting more time. However, we would like an adjudication for the cases.
Okay. Let me see the evidence on the second violation, the paint for the entire property.
So the second case is regarding the painting. As you can see, the property was recently stuccoed. So essentially, they started doing some renovations, and that's when he came into some hardships with, unfortunately, his marriage, and that all went in hold. So essentially, the property does need to be painted. Again, we would seek an adjudication, but we have no exceptions. I'm sorry, no denying of giving them more time.
It's just painting. Do you need a permit for that?
No permits are needed for the painting, correct.
And the stucco?
Can I say something, please?
It's required, however, magistrate, to get the color approved by the building department.
As long as you're within the color scheme or
color wheel. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Then let's do the last one, the vehicles.
And the final one is regarding the vehicles that are being stored in the rear of the property. The bulk of the complaint stems from the vehicles that are being stored in the rear of the property and the work that's occurring at the rear of the property. A lot of residents are complaining about the loud noise and the the body work that's being done in the rear of the property to the vehicles. And some of those are aerial views dating back from 2020, and some of those pictures are entailing the vehicles that are currently at the property from my final reinspection date on June 8th.
Okay. All right, Mr. Merchan, you've looked at the pictures that the city has posted on screen. How much time do you need to clean up that mess?
Maybe a month.
Didn't hear you.
A month, 1 month.
All right, sir, you cannot do body work.
No, yes, I know, but I'm not doing it. Was one day that I was doing a lot of noises, but I'm not doing it.
You need to get rid of all those cars, put them where they belong, not in your house, and that ugly looking plastic bag tarp that you've got around the house, that has to go like tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to give you time, but if you are not, if you're not in compliance, I'm going to start fining you every day. So,
how long do I have to do this?
I'm going to give you a month.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to give you a month, and we'll see where we are when if you don't fix everything, I'm going to start fining you on a daily basis. Okay, so based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, Mr. Perez, the photographs and the testimony and evidence presented, depicting that the 3 separate violations exist as to each one, and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days from today. In the event of non-compliance as to any one of these violations, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. So on each case, you've got 30 days, and if you fail to comply, there's a $500 fine. Okay? You got that?
Can I say something?
Yes.
I already painted the house, the painted house with the permit, with the color that I did the permit.
Yeah, when everything is done, you call Jose Perez, and he will go out there, do an inspection, and then tell us if all the work has been done. If you need a few more days, I'm sure the city will work with you. But I'm gonna hear this case again if there's no compliance, and I'm gonna start fining you if you don't do the right thing. If you need your ex-wife to sign off on anything, tell her that there are fines that are accruing on the property, and it's in her best interest to be cooperative as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe I'm set to hear cases again on August 19th, but I do want you to complete everything by 30 days from the date of this hearing. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Next one.
The next case is item 26 on the agenda, Roland Jean. This customer is on the second floor in City Hall. Case number CEFAW 2021-00003. This is a new case. The property address is 709 Northeast 140 Street. The officer on this case is Jose Perez.
All right, you said this is Roland Jean, and it's 709 Northeast 140th. Is the owner present?
He should be in City Hall.
All right. Why don't we have him sworn?
Mr. Jean, can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, tell us your full name. Tell us your full name, your address, and your relationship to the property.
Sir, est-ce qu'on a besoin d'interprète?
Oui, yes.
Okay, Creole interpreter, can you assist?
Absolutely. Monsieur, est-ce qu'on est capable de dire nous tout nom ou, adresse ou et qui relation avec propriétaire, s'il vous plaît?
Yes. Roland Jean, adresse monsieur section 9, Nord 148. Le propriétaire, c'est pour moi. Okay.
My name is Roland Jean. The address is 709 Northeast 140th Street, and I'm the property owner.
Do you know why you're here this afternoon?
Est-ce que vous connaissez pour qui ça ou là après-midi?
Yes. You going to get some live?
Yes, I do know why I'm here.
Are you going to contest the violation?
Est-ce que vous avez contesté la violation?
Okay. Yes. Oui.
Yes.
Okay. So let me hear from the city.
Eh bien, m'entendez qui ça ville la gen pour dire.
City of North Miami Code Enforcement Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case regarding the property at 709 Northeast 140th Street. This is regarding a metal fence that's in front of the property. This essentially came in as complaints as well, and essentially it is a metal fence that belongs to the property, and it appears that a car ran into the fence. However, it is now June, and the property owner has never contacted the city regarding any updates, whether any claims were being made to have it repaired. So essentially, we would just want an adjudication for the repairs that need to be made at the fence.
Didn't we have a very similar case a little while ago? Or is this the same case?
No, this is a new case. We had a similar case. There's a problematic area where cars happen to run into fences here quite a bit, unfortunately.
All right, so this property owner would need to get a demolition permit and another permit to rebuild the fence. Is that what the...
I don't believe they would need a demolition permit, just a fence permit and they would essentially either repair it, or they also have the option of taking it down altogether. That's up to the property owner. They do not need a permit to remove the fencing. However, they do need one if they wish to repair it or replace it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perez. Mr. Jane, what is your defense? Why shouldn't we impose the fine based on the evidence presented?
Donc, Monsieur Jean, qui opinion qui sont gain pour dire sur ça? Et pour qui ça d'après vous nous pas tadoué ba ou yon amende par rapport à évidence qui présente yo?
OK. Raison que pas le bien d'abord moi tout ça parce que l'incident passé moi c'est la police. La police te dit comme ça que si gamin allé devant porte la caille mounio, et mounio c'est bon la caille la été dans next bloc. Mais il gamin de côté mounio que ça dans mes police. OK, c'est parce que c'est ça dans mes police qui fait débutant ça l'a pas arrangé déjà. OK, policier dit que cela non mais yo, puis gam à côté mounio, puis gam dit mounio rien, nous dit gam yo dans téléphone. OK, c'est raison ça qui fait un petit amaton qui fait qu'on y a là 7 mois. Depuis l'incident arrivé, ça l'a pas jamais capable de ranger. Mais si moi même pour qu'on veut taper de après moi, ça m'a ranger déjà.
Well, the reason why I wouldn't like to get a fine on this is because when the accident occurred, I called the police and they told me not to approach the other people's house because the other people live close to my house as well. So the police told me not to approach their house, not to talk to them, not to call them or anything. That they have the case. So the police have the case, that they will be working on it, and that I shouldn't approach the other people or even call them over on the phone. So that's why I've been sitting and waiting. That happened about 7 months ago. If it was up to me personally, everything would have been taken care of already.
Well, sir, it is up to you. The police do not own your house. You own your house, and it's your obligation to fix it.
Bon, oui, monsieur, ça dépend de vous-même parce que c'est pas police qui possède Kailan, c'est vous-même qui met Kailan, c'est responsabilité pas pour ranger ça.
OK. So, moi, ça comprend. Kailan, premièrement, pas d'assurance. Et deuxièmement, mon yo qui crase Kailan, nous devons négocier ensemble avec eux pour fixer 500 mois. OK? Mais puisque je ne peux pas parler ensemble avec eux, et je ne peux pas dire rien, c'est raison ça qui fait que je ne peux pas jamais côté pour fixer 500 points. Mais dans le cas qui est à côté de mon vétérinaire, c'est pas dans le plus n'est pas le dernier cas. Et avant l'accident de fait là, il y a été plus ou moins que tout cas qui est dans le cas qui est là. Et qu'on y a quand même look like ugly, okay, because à cause de l'accident. OK? Mais si c'est moi-même pour qu'on fasse que ça peut de là, me battre là, de là, sous pollution, bon, nous t'avons côté mon il faut t'arranger quand même. Et mon yo est arrangé, machine qui crase là, machine est arrangée. All right.
Well, actually, I understand that it is my responsibility, but the thing is, I don't have insurance on the house. And the second thing is that I could have negotiated with the driver, the other people who hit the fence with their vehicle for them to fix it. But I couldn't do anything because the police has the case and told me not to approach those people. So I couldn't do anything about it. Now my house is the ugliest house in the whole entire area. It's uglier than any other house in the area, and it was one of the prettiest house in the area before. Now because since the accident occurred and the fence is damaged, it's one of the ugliest. And the other people already fixed their car. The car that hit the fence is already fixed, and they could have fixed my fence. I would have had spoke with them and have them fix the fence if it was only up to me. But since it's not only up to me, the police has the case and told me not to approach them, so I had to be waiting.
All right. It doesn't really matter to me how it's done or when it's done in terms of compliance or whether you can approach the other people or not. You've got a problem on your property which you need to resolve somehow. I'm not going to tell you how to resolve it. Let me stop there so you can interpret that.
Bon, et li pas important pour moi qui façon que problème nan pral régler ni qui est cap régler li. Et ça qui est important c'est que ou gen yon bagay nan propriété ou lan qui pour fait qui supposé fait. Donc m'pa besoin tant qu'on connaît si m'pa ka dire c'est ou capable approcher l'autre moun yo, si pas capable approcher yo si gen tel bagay qui pour fait ou pas, quel que soit Jean Lian, c'est ou même qui pour connaître qui façon pour faire ça.
All right. I'm not going to suggest options. There are options such as removing the fence and then waiting to get paid. But I am going to affirm the violation based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs that I've received, the evidence. I find that the violations exist, that proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. Thank you. Next case.
Eh bien,
go ahead, interpret.
Thank you. Moi pas pe suggérer rien sur façon pour sa fête, m'pa ba option, mais gagner quelques options. Tant que par exemple, ou ka décider retirer fence la net et puis ou return que yo paye yo. Mais pour qu'on y a ap gagner yon amende pour violation par rapport à témoignage officier accord yo fait et par rapport à tout ça que nous tendez là comme témoignage et tout ça nous ouais comme évidence. Donc ap gen une période de 30 jours pour tout bagay ça régler et si toutefois ça pas fin réglé, ap gen une amende $300 chaque jour qu'a passé jusqu'à ce que ça réglé. Donc merci beaucoup.
We're done.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Bonne journée.
Okay.
The next case is item 18 and 19. There's two cases for the same property. Hector I. Martinez, he's in City Hall on the second floor. Case number CEGMP 2021-00002, which is a new case. And case number CEODS 2021-00010. Property address 1031 Northeast 132 Street. Officer Perez is the officer on both cases.
All right. Can we swear in the owner?
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you need an interpreter?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter.
All right. So we will go ahead and start the swearing again.
All right. Can you, sir, can you tell me your full name for the record, your home address, and your relationship to the property?
Bien, señor, por favor.
No, let's wait for the interpreter.
Un segundo, señor. Por favor, primero, ¿pudiera comenzar con su nombre? ¿Perdone?
Héctor Martínez.
Gracias. ¿Me pudiera dar su dirección ahora sí?
1031 Norris 132 Calle.
Ahora, ¿su relación con la propiedad?
Yo soy el sobrino del dueño, del tío.
Es el sobrino del dueño, ¿correcto? El dueño es su tío.
Sí, señor.
Okay.
All right, so the owner is your uncle.
Sí, señor.
Did your uncle give you permission to appear before this panel?
Sí, señor.
Let's wait for the interpreter.
Que entonces, señor, su tío le dio permiso para aparecer en este panel con nosotros, en su nombre.
Sí, señor.
Yes.
Do you understand why you're here?
¿Entiende por qué está aquí?
Sí, señor.
Yes.
All right. So one violation has to do with pressure cleaning or painting the property, and the other one has to do with pickup items stored outside, including sofa, bricks, tub, and blah blah blah. Other sundry other things that are being stored outside the property.
Sí, señor.
Entonces, señor, primero usted está por dos violaciones. La primera violación, esto tiene que ver con tanto la pintura como la limpieza de la propiedad, así como la segunda es correspondiente a que hay ciertas cosas que están siendo acumuladas afuera de la propiedad. Puede haber sofá, algunas cosas grandes que están ahí siendo acumuladas fuera del lugar.
Sí, lo entiendo, sí.
How much time do you need to comply with the code?
Entonces, ¿cuánto tiempo que usted cree que necesite para cumplir con el código?
Por lo de la pintura, un mes, por lo de la pintura.
Regarding painting, 1 month.
And the second violation, the debris?
¿Y la segunda violación, señor?
Una semana.
1 week.
All right. I'm going to give you, sir, a month to comply with both violations. And I'm going to find you guilty and assess a fine, but I'm going to give you a month to comply. Mr. Interpreter, can you interpret that?
Entonces, señor, lo voy a estar encontrando culpable, pero le voy a estar dando un mes para que usted pueda cumplir con las dos violaciones y remediarlas. Entonces, igual se le estará dando una multa, pero usted tendrá un tiempo para cumplirlas. You may continue, sir.
Okay, so based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented, noting that the property owner has agreed to comply with the violations within a month, I find that the violations exist. Notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violations are abated as to both cases. Thank you. Let's move on.
If I may quickly, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that the resident is aware that they can pressure wash the areas that need to be cleaned up. They don't have to paint it. I know painting the whole property is probably going to be a financial burden. They could just pressure wash it.
All right. Can you translate that, Mr. Translator?
All right. Entonces, señor, solamente para informarle, no es necesario que pinte el lugar, toda su casa, sino que es solamente usted solamente lo puede estar limpiando estarlo limpiando con el spray de agua. Okay. Las paredes, eso es suficiente.
Mire, yo quería decirle algo de la multa que me están poniendo ahí. Yo no sé de cuánto es. La cosa está dura. No.
Se espere un segundo. Todavía no interpreto eso.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Explain to him that the fine goes away if he's in compliance.
Yeah. Entonces, sí, mire. Ahora ya voy a comenzar a interpretar. Entonces, basándonos en el testimonio del oficial de cumplimiento, así como la evidencia presentada, presentamos aquí que usted está usted está de acuerdo con cumplir con esta violación dentro de un mes. Entonces, en dado caso, señor, que usted no esté cumpliendo con sus violaciones en los siguientes, después de los siguientes 30 días, entonces se le estaría otorgando una multa de $500 por cada día en que usted no haya cumplido dentro de este mes.
Ok, no, lo vamos a cumplir porque para no pagar la multa, porque no hay dinerito. O sea, no hemos pagado ni la casa por causa de la pandemia, porque el tío agarró el COVID, le fregó los pulmones, lo fregó todo. Entonces, es más, no, debe como 6 meses desde lo corrieron del trabajo. No ha pagado la casa desde que comenzó la pandemia, ¿vio? Entonces, pero vamos a resolver el problema de la limpieza. Hemos ido resolviendo ya, pero vamos a lavar la presión ahora y vamos a mover lo que está ahí, ¿ok?
Ok, muchas gracias.
All right. There was a lot of discussion about the pandemic, which I don't think is relevant to the issue at hand. He just wanted to be able to understand that if he complies as required, that the fine will not be imposed.
He does understand that.
Okay. Very good. Okay, we're done.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
The next case is item number 28, Starfire Enterprises LC. This customer is in the second floor of City Hall. The case number is MHBIO 2021-00008. This is a new case. The property address is 12370 Northwest 7th Avenue. The officer on the case is Gary Beswick.
All right. Is the owner present, ready to be sworn?
They were present, but they left. They said they were going to get some lunch.
Speak up a little louder. I can't hear you.
Yeah, Jay.
Okay, they're calling you now.
They're calling you now.
Yeah.
Your phone. Go ahead, Jay.
Come on, they're calling you. Hello.
Please step forward. Tell us your full name, your address, your relationship to the property, and tell us who the gentleman is behind you.
My name is Laura Little, and I live at 1005515 Boulevard. And my property is at 12370 Northwest 7th Avenue. And I'm here because of a violation that was issued to the tenant, a new tenant, that moved into the space and did work without a permit. He immediately hired an architect to do a set of plans for the city. And the plans had been at the city to Durham and fire, all that was approved. Now they're back at the city of North Miami for the final approvals, but it's not quite finished yet. So I need a little bit more time to get the plans processed so that we can rectify the violation.
Who's the gentleman with you?
His name is Martin System.
I used to live in Keystone Point. I'm not in North Miami anymore.
Okay. And you say the tenant did the unpermitted work?
Yes. Unbeknownst to me, but I'm the property owner, so I'm ultimately responsible.
I'm glad you recognize that. Who is the tenant?
The tenant is Metro PCS.
What kind of business is that?
Say cell phones or do phone service.
You have only one tenant?
No, there's other tenants in the space, but the violation wasn't issued for the other tenants, only this.
Okay, so you're taking charge as the owner of the property to ensure that all of the work is permitted.
Yes, that's in the lease, but I think he did some flooring,
Can I explain it?
Yes.
I can explain it very simply. The people, Metro PCS, were about 5 blocks south of her property. Their building was, they had a demolition order on it, and they condemned it. It's being knocked down now, as far as I know. They came, they rented the building from her. They took over the building. Everything was okay the way it was, but they put in a floor, which she didn't know about till it was done, and the air conditioning that was on the roof, which was okay and working, they wanted a new air conditioner, so they put a new air conditioner in. So then they got the violation. They said, okay, no problem, we'll get our architect and all the rest of it. They brought in an architect and they applied for the permits, which were issued, I believe. And the city of North Miami gave permission to Metro PCS to open while they were getting all the rest of the stuff done. So the permits are here. They gave permission to open Metro PCS, I guess because of the pandemic was going on and all this. And there it is. So what she's done is she wants to make sure that the building is up to code. And the two violations, which was the air conditioning and the flooring, right?
All right. Okay. I think I've heard enough. Staff, is this the same Metro PCS that we dealt with a little earlier?
Yep.
Yeah. It sounds like they're a habitual violator, aren't they?
Yeah, they moved. They moved.
I know. I noted that. What is your recommendation?
Well, basically, we just seek an adjudication and give them time because they're in the process.
It's going to get faster.
How much time do you think they'll need? 60 days?
Yes, 60 days should be suffice.
All right. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the violations exist, proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated or complied with. And a message should go loud and clear to Metro PCA rather, that we're not going to be very lenient if they come before me on any future issues. Okay?
Just one question. Who is the habitual violator?
Metro PCS. Not you. You're fine. You're good.
Okay.
We heard a prior case involving Metro PCS involving their other property before they moved to your property.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, you got 60 days to comply.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The next item on the agenda is item number 20 for Laura Daniel Escobar. This customer is in Zoom. The case number is CEBPR 2021-00001. The property address is 920 Northwest 130th Street, and the officer on this case is Shanna Sanders.
If you're here on behalf of the property, please click the raise hand feature in order for me to give you access to give testimony. I have a Yindra Lopez and a Roglio Lopez. Again, if you're here on behalf of this property, okay. Clerk?
You please raise your right hand. It was only Shanna's already been sworn in. Ms. Yindra, can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in?
Yeah. The officer needs to be sworn in too.
I was sworn in earlier when we sworn in.
Okay.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please state your full name, your address, and your relationship to the property.
Yindra Lopez, 4139 Southwest 194 Terrace, Miramar, Florida 33029. And we are the company with the owner of the property. We try to schedule between the engineer, the general contractor to legalize the fence that was done in the property without permit. Basically, 1 month ago, the daughter of the owner, I'm sorry, the lady who lives in the property, her name is Maria Escobar. She doesn't speak no English whatsoever. Her daughter, she worked for, like basically she's in the army, and it's the one that you see over here, Laura. She contacted us because she was overseas. And basically she told us if we can help her to get the engineer go back there, revise if the work was properly done, if it could be legalized. We have the copy of all the drawings that they were provided. And we already get the contractor because she's unable to do it as an owner. She's not here. She's in the army.
All right. You identified yourself, but you didn't tell me what your relationship to the property is.
We have a permitting company that we own, and we have engineers, like 2 engineers and contractor working for us. Basically,
all right, so you're a runner, expediter?
No, I own a permitting company, and we subcontract engineers, contractors to legalize work and to do all kind of permitting.
So what's your relationship to the owner of the property?
I own the company, basically a permitting company.
And you have a contract with the owner to do what?
To legalize the fence.
All right, so you've been engaged by the owner to legalize the fence.
That's correct.
All right, and you've already gone to a designer, an engineer?
All the plans are ready. All the plans are ready, completely ready. That's all the plans completely ready.
Okay, they're not going to do you any good until you turn them in.
I understand, but we just got a contractor who are willing to basically took over the project, because it's very difficult for somebody to go over the project when the work is already done by somebody else.
All right, so you're having trouble getting a contractor.
No, we already have a contractor. The contractor that we have is Globus Construction, and they taking over basically the permitting part with the city. It's no electrical and plumbing involved. It's just only a structural. It's only a fence.
All right, so you have a bid on the work to be done, and they're ready to start.
Correct.
Okay, how much time do you need?
How much time you guys can give us to get, because I know in Miami, if you turn in the plan, it's taking them like 30 days to review it, but that's full complete set of plans, not like this kind of stuff like a fence.
Yeah, well, what we need you to do is we need you to apply for a building permit as quickly as possible. We know that it takes a little bit of time to get the work done, and we're willing to give you time. Okay. But I don't want you to wait until the very last day and then come back and tell me that you need more time.
Okay.
Okay, is there anybody from the city that wishes to be heard?
Sandy Sanders, City of North Code Compliance Officer. Yes, I would like to short the abatement date if possible. This is a case that was previously opened by another officer back in January of this year. It is now June, and as you already stated, no permit application has even been submitted to the city. So if we can, I would like to get an adjudication on file with a short abatement date to at least ensure that the ball gets rolling with the permit getting submitted as soon as possible.
Anyone else? Can somebody show me, please, the photographs of the gate?
And what is being shown is what depicted as when I again inspected the property on June 8th, a wood fence with some iron that was installed on the front of the property.
All right, now, am I understanding this correctly? The fence is already built and they need an after-the-fact permit, or the fence needs repairs? Which is it?
They need an after-the-fact permit. It's already been installed.
So it's already installed. You're okay with a fence?
Well, it's not for me to say okay or not. It's for the building department to say if it's okay or not. It's a permit that was installed without a permit, so a permit needs to be installed. It needs to be obtained.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented, that the cited violation still exists, the proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of, we're going to say 60 days. No, I'm going to say August 1. August 1 is the abatement date. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. Ma'am, thank you very much. You've got until August 1 to get the work done. Okay. If not, you're going to start seeing fines accruing at $300 a day.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. You're welcome. Any more cases?
Yes, we do have more cases. We only have one customer in the queue, which is Rogelio Lopez. What case are you here on behalf of, sir? Rogelio Lopez, what case are you here on behalf of? He's not responding, so I'll proceed to the next case. There are no more customers present in City Hall. The interpreters can be dismissed if you would like, Your Majesty.
Yes, the interpreters can be dismissed.
The gentleman is raising his hand. I'm going to promote him so that sir, can you, Mr. Rogelio Lopez, can you identify what property you're here on behalf of?
All right, Westside Holdings, LLC.
What's the address?
12168 Northeast 6th Avenue, North Miami, Florida, 33161.
Is that on the agenda?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
item number
yeah.
29. I will call it into record. Westside Holdings LLC, case number CEPPK 2021-00002. This is a new case. The address is 12168 Northeast 6th Avenue. Edme St. Louis is the officer.
Okay, this case involves a lack of maintenance at a parking lot or parking lots. Please state your full name, address, and relationship to the property, please.
Yordanka Gonzalez, I'm the property manager at 12168 Northeast 6th Avenue in North Miami.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name?
Yordanka Gonzalez.
Okay. Have you been sworn? I guess you have, right?
No, sir.
Can the witness be sworn?
Can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you're being cited because of poor maintenance on your parking lots. I saw some bumpers out of line, some potholes. It doesn't look pretty. I've seen the pictures. How much time do you need to make the corrections?
Your Honor, we've already complied.
Okay, and did you ask the city to go out and take a look?
Yes, sir, I did. I told her this morning.
Okay, want to hear from Code Officer St. Louis?
Or yesterday in the afternoon.
Violation was issued back February 18th, 2021. Violation was posted. I've been in communication with Ms. Yordanka. And as of the final reinspection on June 8th, 2021, I did take pictures and it was not in compliance. However, Ms. Yordanka did advise me this morning of compliance.
All right. Do we have pictures of what it looks like now?
Yes, as of June 8th, which was our final reinspection, it was not in compliance.
So, Special Magistrate, it sounds like the property owners. Her testimony today is that she's in compliance. The burden of proof is on her. The city's perspective is that as of the final reinspection date, which was June 8th, there was not compliance.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the property owner or their representative. If you have pictures, let me see what those pictures look like.
No, I don't have pictures, Your Honor. It's raining here in North Miami.
Yeah, it's raining where I am also. It's a horrible day today. What is the city's preference here? Do we roll it over? Do we?
The city would request, Special Magistrate, that you would enter an adjudication and that we would go ahead and do an inspection after the fact. If the violation has complied, we'll go ahead and close it out for compliance.
All right. Based on the evidence presented and photographs that I've reviewed depicting that as of the date of last inspection, June the 8th, the violation still existed. Proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication, set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. I would ask the city to go out and take a look in the next week or so and determine whether or not the work that has allegedly been done has been done in accordance with the city standards and codes. And if the work has been done and the violation has been cured, there's no need to bring it back to me. But if there's a problem with the work or if it doesn't meet the requirements of the code, then I'd like to hear it at my next meeting. So that's it. Anybody else? Is that okay?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, thank you. All right.
Special Magistrate, that concludes all of our cases that are represented today. The remainder of the cases we do not have anyone here on behalf of outside of the city's testimony.
How many more do we have?
16.
16. Wow. I didn't know we had that many.
So the next case I'll call into record is item number 8. Andre and Nadine Williams Shem, case number CEBPR 2020-00025. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of April 8th. The fine set was $200. The property address is 920 Northeast 141.
Can you see me?
And Vanessa Willis is the officer.
I need to be sworn in, Pilar.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. This is a previously adjudicated case. They needed to abate by April 8th, 2021. At this time, they are not in compliance. There was a permit that was pulled. Also, they have been to Miami-Dade County. They provided a permit from Durham, which looks like it's from Durham, on May 21st, 2021. However, as far as the permit for the City of North Miami, permit number BAD 00-2021-00001, there has been no payment. There has been no action on the permit since their submittal. So they're working with Miami-Dade County, but they have not been able to transfer that information over to the city for compliance.
All right, can you, because I'm having trouble finding that particular case, can you give me an address one more time, please?
Sure, go ahead.
920 Northeast 141 Street. The name is Andre and Nadine Williams Shem.
And it's 7 what?
It's 920 Northeast 141 Street is the property address. The case number is CEBPR 2020-00025.
Just give me a second. Anyway, why don't you briefly, I can't seem to find it in my agenda. Can you just briefly show me what the issue was? Show me pictures, or maybe it'll remind me.
It should be number 8 on your agenda, Magistrate. Not sure if you have the same one as we do, but
I have the one that was on the city's website.
yeah, so it should be number 8, item number 8 under new.
Alvaro Merchan.
The next one. Andre and Nadine Williams Shim.
All right, got it. Thank you very much. I got it. All right.
The case.
So I just show me a picture just to remind me what the condition was. All right, this is for an after-the-fact permit for work that was done in the rear of the property.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. What is the city's recommendation? Ratify?
I'm asking, in lieu of the fact that they actually have a permit with Miami-Dade County, but they haven't transferred it over, that if we could, it's up to my director, if we could postpone it for 1 additional month and then let the fines go forth if they have not complied, simply because she is making steps toward getting the permit. But as we heard from Gary's testimony earlier, they're having some issues with being able to secure the permits from Miami-Dade County. I know that I did speak with the homeowner. She was supposed to request an extension for this permit. She had to go to New York, which is one of the reasons why she's not here today. So I would ask that if it can be postponed, that it would be postponed or tabled until the following magistrate. But if,
All right. So when is the next magistrate hearing?
Your next magistrate hearing is August 19th.
Is that mine or somebody else?
It's yours.
Okay, there's nothing in between?
Give me one moment. July 15th.
All right, I'm gonna table this until July 15th.
It's not your hearing though, Magistrate, just so that
would you prefer that I hear it or that the other magistrate hear it?
I'm sorry.
I would prefer that you, we'd prefer that you hear your cases.
Okay, so order then. I'm gonna give them until August 1 to get the after the fact permit. And then if it's not done by then I will hear it on the 19th, and I'm then going to ratify the fines.
Thank you.
Okay, so they have until August 1.
The next case on the agenda is Carlos Bordogna, case number MHVIO 2021-00009. This is a new case. Property address is 13305 Northeast 2nd Avenue, and Gary Beswick is the officer on this case.
Okay, Mr. Beswick, a brief presentation, 2 minutes.
I'm not sure if the officer stepped away to go to use the restroom. He's not responding. Gary, are you there?
I'm here now.
Okay, ready?
Which case?
This is Carlos Bordogna, 13305 Northeast 2nd Avenue.
Okay. New case, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the city of North Miami. Building Department. Property was cited January 22nd, 2021. Failure to obtain all required permits for windows, impact doors, laundry facility hookup, install a kitchen and bathroom, renovated, detached structure, constructed. All work was done without a permit, and there's no permits on file as of today.
Want to show me some pictures?
Yeah, the file, Krista. Crystal?
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay.
Why don't you explain to me what the pictures depict?
Okay. So this section, the picture depict the detached structure is almost like a summer kitchen they built in the back by the pool. They built a summer kitchen.
Okay.
You keep on scrolling, Crystal. That's the sliding door, impact door, and the bathroom. Bathrooms. Bathroom, laundry hookup. Bathrooms, AC.
This is like a structure for use by folks that are using the pool area?
Yeah. Basically, the structure is basically like a summer kitchen. Like they build an outdoor kitchen. Summer kitchen.
Is it like a cabana?
No, a kitchen.
Oh, it's a full kitchen.
Yeah, outdoor kitchen. Which they use the term summer kitchen.
Okay, never heard that term before.
Yeah.
Always good to know. So it's almost all done.
Yeah. The house was completely renovated without permit.
Okay. Was there something there before?
Yeah. The house.
And they rebuilt everything.
Yeah, they redo everything. Yeah.
And have you spoken with them?
Not since my inspection.
Okay. So they need to get a permit to get everything approved after the fact.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days or rather August 1. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
Okay.
The next case on the agenda is item number 10, Sheena Scott, case number CERCB 2021-00029. This is a new case for the property of 245 Northeast 124th Street. The officer is Edmay St. Louis.
Okay, I believe I saw a picture of a trailer in this property. Can you just show that picture again so I'm clear that it's the same property?
It's the same property.
Okay, so they need a variance if they can get one.
Mm-hmm.
You have not heard anything from the property owner?
No, there's none on file when I last checked on June 8th, as well as I did reach out to the Community Planning and Development Department, and according to Isaiah, no variance application was submitted.
Okay. Show me the picture because I remember seeing pictures of two different trailers, a huge one and a little one behind the car. I don't remember which one this is.
It's this one right here. It's the same one. I think they just removed the top part of the trailer.
Okay. Don't you have a side view?
Yes, this is what it looks like as of June 8th.
Okay.
It's the same.
All right. So all they need to do is remove that, right?
Remove it completely or obtain a variance to have it on our property.
Yeah, good luck with a variance. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
The next case on the agenda is item number 11, Christina Bauza, case number CEGMP 2021-00007. This is a new case for the property of 1050 Northeast 131 Street. Jose Perez is the officer.
Okay. Mr. Perez, what is your pleasure?
City of North Miami, Code Enforcement Officer Perez. We're in the case at property 1050 Northeast 131 Street. Regarding this property, essentially, it just needs to be pressure washed or painted. Essentially, the side of the house is not being very well kept, and we would like an adjudication. Okay,
very well. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, I have reviewed the photographs previously. I have also looked at the evidence depicting that the cited violations still exist, find that proper notice has been given, and in favor of the city, I enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else, or we're done?
No, not yet. Item 12 and 13 are for the same property, Emilio Grullon, case number CEEXP 2020-00051, which is a new case, and case number CEWWC 2020-00040. Both cases are on the same property, 12801 Northeast 5th Avenue, and Edme St. Louis is the officer on both cases.
Okay, the first one deals with painting the the exterior walls.
That is
and the second one deals with a damaged roof. Which one do you want to take on first?
Well, we'll start off with the exterior wall. To begin with, this violation was generated back in August of 2020. However, Mr. Emilio was given a chance to go ahead and participate in the city's program where they assist him with correcting the violation. Because he did not follow through, the extension that was given to him was removed, and moving forward, we're looking for an adjudication. The violation remained as of June 8th, which was the final reinspection date.
All right, let me rule on that one first before we go on to the next one. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated. The next case deals with a damaged roof and need for a permit. Can you explain?
Yes, initially, according to what I observed during the inspection, I did see that the roof needed to be done. However, upon having conversation with Mr. Emilio, he also explained himself that there is leaking. He's the property owner, but unfortunately, with him not following through with the city's assistant program, he's now left with the violation to be corrected on his own.
Any effort to obtain a building permit?
None.
Do you have a picture of that you can share with me?
Yes. Crystal, if you can pull up item number 12.
Focus on the roof
As
issue.
you can see here, this is like part on the side of the house where it might have been a garage to begin with. It's caved in a certain way. However, where I was standing, I cannot take the picture, but Mr. Emilio himself admits to having a leak within side of property as well from the roof.
Does he live there?
Yes, he does.
Okay. I've seen enough. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of August 1. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
The next case on the agenda is item 14, Francesca Diaz Castillo, case number CERCB 2020-00042. This is a new case for the property of 380 Northwest 133 Street. Aaron Barber is the officer.
This is the one that I was thinking about earlier. This is the one with the camper, much larger structure than what we saw earlier. I've seen the photographs. You want to give me a brief comment, Ms. Barber?
Yes, sir. Aaron Barber, City of North Miami, Code Compliance. This case was opened back on May 8th of 2020. I sent the letter out certified for them to obtain a variance. They have the RV in the back of the property. It's been back there for some time. And my last check on June 8th, there was no variance in the system.
Have you spoken with the property owner?
No, I have not. I've been by there several times. I have left notices and no one has reached out to me. I have seen that there is a history for the same property, for the same issues. Not sure why they weren't followed through, but this.
Okay, this is a very large vehicle in a kind of small house, and I don't know if it's possible to even get a variance, but we'll see. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs that I reviewed and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is Francois Chiffreur and wife Marie, case number CEIVY 2021-00007. This is a new case for property 1510 Northeast 136th Street. Vanessa Willis is the officer.
Vanessa Willis.
Ms. Willis, tell me what this is about, and it would be helpful if you showed me the pictures showing the various vehicles in all kinds of physical condition on this property.
Okay. First of all, let me just say that the violation was for the vehicles that were on the property that were in violation, either being wrecked or poorly covered or with flat tires. So the Honda Accord at this time has been removed. This is the initial photo that was taken by Officer Perez. The Honda Accord was removed. The black, I think it was a Cadillac coupe, that has been removed. The gray Camaro is still there. It has soft tires. And then there's that photo there. And then the car that's covered, it's poorly covered. In the rear portion, it's torn. So they just need to purchase a new car cover to put on that car and then inflate the tires of the Camaro.
Have you explained that to the property owner?
Not the property owner. I believe it was a guest. I can never get an quote unquote owner to speak to me in reference to the property, but I did speak to a young gentleman that was there on the property. I explained it. So this was his version of complying with what I had asked him to do, which it's a lot better than it was, but it's still not 100% compliance.
Yeah, I appreciate what they've done so far, but I want them to understand that there's more work to be done. So somebody needs to communicate to them so that there's no misunderstanding as to what is and what is not required. The property is still not in compliance, but they partially complied. So I think that in my order or some other way that we should let the property owner know what we're requiring them to do.
Okay.
Okay, so based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist to a certain degree. Some have been cured, some are still in effect. That proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city entering adjudication and set a compliance date of August 1. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violations are abated. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next two cases are for the same property, item 16 and item 17. Case number CEPFY 2021-00019 and case number CESOD 2021-00004. Property address 13535 Northeast 6th Avenue. Both cases are Jose Perez.
All right, let's hear the first one, which has to do with vehicles in the front lawn. A Chevy SUV and a Honda.
Yeah, so as of my final reinspection, the SUV was removed from the front lawn. However, the Honda remains in the front lawn. And essentially, I've not been able to get a hold of anyone at the property. It appears that the property is rented out and the tenants don't really care for the maintenance of the property.
All right, same as with the prior case, let's communicate with both the tenant and certainly the property owner that, that Honda needs to, I guess, be removed or whatever needs to be done should be communicated, be clear in the order that that there's partial compliance but not full compliance, and we'll give them 30 days to abate. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation partially exists, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. The second one is about the resod and grass in the front lawn. What's going on there?
So essentially, with the excessive parking in the front lawn, it has damaged the sod, and essentially the city is requesting that the property owner resod the front grass in order to look pleasant.
All right. Do you think 30 days is fair?
If it's up to you, I'll let you decide.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case on the agenda is Nixa Serrano, case number CEODS 2021-00026. This is a new case. It's item 22 on the agenda. Property address 12740 Northwest 13th Avenue. Aaron Barber is the officer.
Ms. Barber, tell me a little bit about the case.
Yes,
Show me some pictures.
This case was cited for outdoor storage, 12740 Northwest 13th Avenue. I issued the violation on April 23rd, 2021, and they moved some of the items, but they still have quite a few items stored outside. If photos could be pulled up.
Yeah, just briefly, what's there, what's not there?
There appears to be miscellaneous tools. That vehicle is up on the that trailer. These were taken the day that the violation was issued. Again, they have removed some of the items, but they need to get the rest of the yard cleared. Tools, toys. There's some.
All right. Again, we need to communicate with the owner.
Yes, sir.
About what is required to complete the to do the fix, and what has been done is appreciated, but there's more to be done. So, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, the proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of August 1. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case on the agenda is item 23, NMB Partners LLC. Case number MHVIO 2019-00198. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of April 8th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The property is 1962 Northeast 147th Terrace, and Gary Beswick is the officer.
Mr. Beswick, why don't you refresh my recollection? I think I was the one that
yes,
ordered the
yeah, this was the industrial park on 150th Street up there. Well, they still haven't got a permit as yet. So basically, we are recommending that the fines move forward. Basically, it's been going on since 2019.
Have they made any effort at all to get their house in order?
Yeah, they applied for the permit back in December, and according to the comment, there's no file created. I remember the last time we spoke with the property manager, he said the file is at Durham, but that's basically too long. So I'm not sure what's going on. And at the time when I handed him the notice to appear, he didn't say anything.
Okay. So you're asking me to ratify the fines?
Yes.
And that would be effective from April 8th, the abatement date?
Yes.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the other evidence presented, that the property has been out of compliance since at least the abatement date of April the 8th, I find in favor of the city and ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day and assess costs in favor of the city.
Thank you.
And authorize the filing of a lien if necessary.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is item 24, Rebecca Cabrera, case number MHVIO 2019-00339. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of February 4th of 2021. The fine set was $250. The property address is 2280 Northeast 122 Street, and Gary Beswick is the officer.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, the City of North Miami Business Department. This is also an old case from 2019. They finally applied for the permit in February 10th of this year, but it was denied, and they finally signed out they was notified in February, and they signed out the file June the 2nd. So because of its so whole recommendation is let the fine run.
All right, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the property has been out of compliance since at least the abatement date of February 4th, 2021, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 and assess costs. So the said fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Okay, next one.
Thank you.
The next case is item 25, Roberto International Investments 2 LLC, case number MHBIO 2021-00004. This is a new case for property 12355 Northeast 13th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
All right, Mr. Beswick, can you educate me on this one?
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Building Department. This case, violation was open January the 6th, 2021. During my inspection for a certificate of use permit, I observed that they put in two new electrical panels, and they put some new electrical wires and pipes and installed 2 garage doors without the required permits. They applied for the permit for replace the garage door and February 24th, but it's still in the process, and they applied for the electrical panels and February the 5th. So at this point, we are seeking adjudication with an abatement date.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented depicting that the violations are still in place, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of August 1. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violations are abated.
Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is item 27, Rose Adelcat, case number CEPFY 2021-00036. This is a new case for property 1495 Northeast 136th Street. The officer on this case is Jose Perez.
All right, Mr. Perez, this is a case dealing with vehicles in the front lawn. Can you briefly describe what the violation is about?
So essentially, as the description states, there's several vehicles that are being parked in the front lawn. If you reviewed the photos, there was 2 vehicles, a white Toyota Corolla and a red or maroon Ford Ranger pickup truck that essentially are parking in the front lawn. Notice has been sent to the property owner and no compliance has been met.
Okay. So this has been ongoing. Is it periodical?
Every time I've passed by the property, the vehicles have been parked in the front lawn.
Okay. How many vehicles?
Both of them.
Okay. And is there a place for them to park properly in the property, or they need to construct a parking area?
It appears that the property used to have those strips. However, they appear to weather away. However, they can park in the swale and be in compliance or put up a driveway.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violations are abated.
The last case on the agenda is for Zurich Condo, CEMHS 2021-00006. This is item 30 on the agenda. This is a new case. Property 13480 Northeast 6th Avenue. Edmay St. Louis is the officer on this case.
Okay, Ms. St. Louis, what is this case about?
This case is about for the property owner or the property manager to obtain a post-fire permit to bring the property back into compliance. Now, I did reach out to the building department to get their input in regards to 2 permits they already have on file. However, according to the building official, they need to go to Miami-Dade Fire for clearance in order for them to move forward. And with those 2 permits that is on file, if they are incomplete and does not satisfy the issue. So as of the final reinspection date, they are still in violation.
So you issued the violation back in January of 2021?
That is correct.
And there was a fire, and the property looks horrible. I I can't believe that, that condition has been there since January. At least they can clean up, right?
Yes, the fire happened in December, but then as of final reinspection, violation remain, and they have a lot of permits that they have to obtain for, because there was also illegal electrical work done. It's the reason why it might be taking them forever.
Okay, the latest photographs that you have were taken when?
On June 8th, which was just an exterior picture, but the interior is a lot worse.
Right, because some of the pictures that I saw earlier on were horrible.
Yes.
Anyway, they're in the permitting process. Is it with the county or the city?
They only have 2 permits on file. As the building official mentioned to me, it still doesn't satisfy the violation. They still need to go to Miami-Dade Fire for clearance in order for them to move forward.
Okay.
These are permit applications, magistrate, so they can't be issued until the county has satisfied their portion.
And it's county fire?
Correct. The city does not have a fire department.
All right, but they still need to go through permitting in order to be able to rebuild anything.
Correct.
Right. So are we, is the violation for the condition of the property right now, or is the violation for obtaining permits necessary to rebuild the property?
More so for the condition of the property to bring it into compliance post-fire.
Okay, so it's basically getting the fire department to approve the removal of a lot of the debris there.
That would probably be the first step that they would need to take, but the violation itself is reference housing standards. So if based on what the building official is stating, in order to come into compliance with the housing standards, they're going to need to get the fire department involved and then subsequently get the proper city permits in order to remedy the issue. I mean, you saw the pictures. I'm not even really sure, to be honest, how they're going to be able to deal with a few of the units on the interior of the building and not deal with everything else.
Yeah, well, the fact that they're not here to at least give us a timeline of what is it going to take doesn't help things any. Maybe they need to get a message that we're serious about cleaning up that mess. Perhaps they're waiting on some insurance. Perhaps they're, they don't have the money. But I really would love to hear from them and see when they're going to take care of the problem. So let's see if we can send them a message. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence in particularly the photographs that I've examined showing that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
That concludes today's agenda.
Anything else?
No, that concludes the agenda, magistrate. Thank you.
Do we adjourn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Take care.